Hello and a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Road to Glasgow-Kunming virtual conference. With the theme Combating Climate Change and Biodiversity Loss in Malaysia, this event is brought to you by WWF Malaysia and the EU Delegation to Malaysia. I am Laili Ismail from WWF Malaysia, and it's my pleasure to be your MC today. Now, today's event is looking into the preparations and what to expect at two highly anticipated events, the UN Climate Change Conference, or COP26 in Glasgow, and the UN Biodiversity Conference, or COP15 in Kunming, where the international community will converge at the end of this year. We'll have a line of esteemed experts who are joining us to talk about pertinent topics such as carbon financing and climate action, as well as the synergy between biodiversity and climate targets. The conference will also discuss collaborative efforts for future implementations of the Paris Rulebook and the post-2020 Biodiversity Framework. Now, this rulebook and framework are part of the two conventions in Glasgow and Kunming. For your information, a recorded version of this conference will be available after the event. For those joining us live today, we truly appreciate your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the conference, it is my pleasure to invite our host, His Excellency Michalis Rokas, Ambassador and Head of the EU Delegation to Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming address. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. His Highness Tunku Ali Red Howdin, Chairman of WWF Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Tengku Zafrul, Minister of Finance, Malaysia, Datuk Zunina Pawatek, Secretary General of the Malaysian Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, distinguished contributors and moderators, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the contributors from WWF, the Boston Consulting Group, and the Jeffrey Sachs Centers. A warm welcome to you. Good morning in Europe, good afternoon in Malaysia. Selamat datang dan salam sejahtera. I am particularly honored to welcome you in today's virtual conference on combating climate change and biodiversity loss in Malaysia, on the road on two important international events, the Conference of Parties in Glasgow and Kunming. We are all witnessing the impact of climate change, such as rising temperatures, heat waves, wildfires, flooding, biodiversity loss in Europe and elsewhere in the world, and of course in Malaysia. These phenomena have a devastating toll on human life, fauna and flora, and of course a staggering financial impact. The recent reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change made it very clear that climate change is a real thing. It is not a hoax, and it is a man-made disaster. Science has proven that it can be limited with a strong and sustained reductions in emission of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. But the time to act is now. We owe it to the future generations. Climate change, therefore, is a global challenge and requires a global response. It is essential for all countries to strengthen their commitments and increase their efforts before the two conferences in Glasgow in a few weeks' time and in Kunming. The global response is a transition of our economies and of our lifestyles towards a more sustainable climate neutrality. The European Union is a front runner, a world leader in this transition, what we call the Green Deal. The EU has made a legally binding commitment to become the first carbon neutral continent by 2050, and recently presented a package of proposals, which we call Fit for 55, to achieve the intermediary target of reducing our emissions in 2030 by 55% compared to the levels in 1990. The transition, of course, will not be cheap. The new European budget, together with our recovery plan, has 600 billion euros in green investment. We need much more green financing, and we have a tool, the European Investment Bank, our EU Green Bank, which will dedicate itself, its annual financing to climate action. We hope that the European Investment Bank can operate also in Malaysia soon. And let me say a few words about the cost of non-action. It has been proved it largely exceeds the cost of transition in the long term. Let's put aside for a moment the deadly tolls, which are pretty devastating in themselves, and the relocation of people, which are also devastating. The flooding, to give you an example, in Germany, Belgium, and other EU countries in the summer costed over 2.5 billion euros. The wildfires in Greece, the country I know best, cost 3 billion euros. And those in Australia, 100 billion Australian dollars, not to talk about the floods in Penang, Johor, and other Malaysian states. You know very well the cost. So estimates of the cost of raising sea levels and air pollution range in the trillions of US dollars. They are mind-blowing amounts. Moreover, the transition will be an engine of innovation and job creations and tremendous economic opportunities in the future. So in the international arena, we put our money where our word is. A record share of the European Union's international cooperation resources will be allocated with a relative throughout the world to achieve a fair and inclusive energy transition. The transition will not affect everybody in the system. This is why the European Union wants to make sure that the most vulnerable people and actors get the necessary help that they need to adjust to those radical changes underway in transport, housing, and employment. And now Malaysia is a magnificent, a wonderful country, is ranked 12th mega diverse country in the world, thanks to its forests, wildlife, the marine habitats, including coral reefs and mangrove forests, which so many Europeans are awaiting the lift of the travel ban due to COVID to come and visit again. So we prepared a short video presentation to show you the magnificence of Malaysia landscape. And with this event, we really want to show the European Union's willingness and strong commitment to partner with Malaysia on the path towards climate transition. So the motto for us is EU and Malaysia, let's green the world together. EU dan Malaysia, ayuh hijaukan bumi kita. I wish you all an excellent virtual conference. Thank you and terima kasih.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that inspiring welcoming address. Next, to deliver his ministerial address, let's welcome Minister of Finance Malaysia, Yang Berhormat Senator Tengku Datuk Seri Utama Zafrul Tengku Abdul Aziz. Yang Berhormat, please.
Yang Amat Mulia Tunku Ali Ridauddin, Chairman WWF Malaysia, His Excellency Michalis Rojas, Ambassador of the Delegation of the European Union to Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Zurinah Pak Wanteh, Secretary General, Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I would like to thank WWF Malaysia and the delegation of the European Union to Malaysia for inviting me to this virtual conference on Road to Glasgow and Kunming. As an engagement platform for the public and private sectors, I want to emphasize that we are at the tipping point in the fight against the climate and biodiversity crisis. Following through what was highlighted in the recent IPCC report, we only have a few years left to make the necessary policy changes if we truly want to avoid all the disastrous results from climate change. And this holds true as recently we have seen extreme weather events such as heat waves, flooding, drought, and wildfires becoming more common all over the world as a result of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that most countries are still unprepared for multiple overlapping crises. For example, tropical cyclones can lead to floods, which in turn cause disease. Ultimately, this will intensify poverty as natural disasters endanger not only human lives, but also livelihoods. And they are likely to become even more costly in the future as the effects of climate change exacerbate them. The human and economic devastation of these shocks should not be taken lightly. This is also corroborated by the recent Asia-Pacific Disaster Report published by the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. The annual losses from natural and biological disasters in this region are estimated to be around $780 billion. In the worst-case climate change scenario, annual economic losses from these cascading risks could total $1.3 trillion, or 4.2% of the region's GDP. Recognizing the need to act quickly, Malaysia's government is stepping up efforts and strengthening commitments to spearhead efforts to transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy. This will entail a gradual and complete transformation of our economic and financial systems, as well as sectors relating to our food, water, and energy, as well as primary commodities in a way that is sustainable, inclusive, just, and fair. And this is where the good news comes. According to the IMF, climate change-related goals are both attainable and consistent with sound economic policies, with the potential to raise global GDP by approximately 2% and create millions of new jobs throughout this decade. In Malaysia, this holds true as we stand to gain competitive advantage from such policies. For example, the government's pledge at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992 has enabled us to maintain more than 50% forest cover today, which serves as a significant carbon sink. In 2016, our country's total carbon dioxide equivalent emissions were 335 million tons, while our forests absorb 260 million tons. This leaves us with 75 million tons of greenhouse gases, or GHG, to reduce. Moving forward, to further reduce our GHG emissions, the government has emphasized green investments such as renewables, low-carbon mobility, and energy efficiency that could potentially create thousands of job opportunities. This will be complemented by our meaningful progress since the signing of the Paris Agreement, which includes, firstly, we have increased our unconditional nationally determined contributions, or NDC, to reduce GHG emissions to 45% from 35% previously. Secondly, we have joined the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, or CFMCA, and benefited from various work streams undertaken by the coalition. And thirdly, we have committed to the Helsinki Principles in promoting national climate action through fiscal policy and the use of public finance, which have been endorsed by the CFMCA. And more recently, Kuala Lumpur City Hall has also launched its Sustainable Development Goals Centre, aiming to serve as an interactive hub that gathers all initiatives and commitments for the implementation of SDGs in Kuala Lumpur. Within the Ministry of Finance, we are pursuing the Green Agenda. Beginning with Budget 2021, we have aligned our initiatives with the SDGs. These budgetary allocations helped support climate resilience programs as well as biodiversity conservation. We will carry on with this exercise in the upcoming Budget 2022, which will focus on recovery, resilience, and reform. Ladies and gentlemen, our Prime Minister has recently tabled the 12 Malaysia Plan in Parliament. This 5-year plan outlines initiatives that will lead to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy based on clean, green, and resilient development. Among the main measures are a focus on further developing our circular economy, greater emphasis on green growth, and a shift toward building sustainable cities. At the same time, we will continue to work on pricing our emissions and reducing our reliance on hydrocarbons while retaining at least 50% forest cover. Other targets which were set in the 12 Malaysia Plan include increase the recycling rate of household waste by 40% and scheduled waste by 35%, and increase the government's green procurement share to 25%. In addition, the 12 Malaysia Plan has outlined Malaysia's path to net zero emissions. This includes achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 and phasing out coal-powered energy generation. All of this sends strong policy signals to the business community about the country's approach to combating climate change. With Malaysia considered as one of the world's top biodiversity-rich countries, the 12 Malaysia Plan has also emphasized on protecting natural capital in order to stabilize our Malayan tiger population and prevent biodiversity loss. The goal is to protect 20% of our land area while also providing conservation financing through programs such as ecological fiscal transfer and payment for ecosystem services. Other initiatives within the 12 Malaysia Plan include a 100% procurement target for non-internal combustion engine ICE-based government vehicles by 2030, as well as the protection of urban biodiversity and creating sponge cities as outlined in the Sustainable Cities Agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy necessitates a whole-of-nation approach, and no government can do all the heavy lifting on its own. To ensure an equitable and rapid transition to a low-carbon economy, all parties, including the public and private sectors, must collaborate. In this regard, we have achieved milestones on many fronts. One of them is the establishment of the Joint Committee on Climate Change, or JC3. Through this platform, the Central Bank of Malaysia, Securities Commission, and the industry are taking active steps in ensuring transparency of climate-related financial risks. Meanwhile, Bursa Malaysia, our stock exchange, recently announced its ambitions to become carbon neutral by 2022 and achieve net zero emissions across its entire operations by 2050. Our corporates have also followed suit. Through the CEO Action Network, the leaders of corporate Malaysia have accelerated sustainable business practices and are leading by example towards the transition to a net zero carbon economy. This is where our financial sector steps in. By prioritizing lending and investments towards initiatives that focus on sustainable elements. In Malaysia, we have encouraged the banking sector to be part of the UN Principles for Responsible Banking and the Net Zero Banking Alliance. For our sovereign wealth funds and institutional investors, signing the UN Principles for Responsible Investment means committing to more sustainable investments. Moving forward, we have urged them to join the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance in order to reduce portfolio emissions. This will encourage their investee companies to follow suit. Overall, all of these efforts will pave the way for Malaysia to develop a more comprehensive, sustainable finance industry and, at the same time, complement the government's efforts in achieving the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is relatively simple for a country to declare that they will be carbon neutral or climate neutral by 2050. However, having a realistic plan to achieve it is more important. Today, actions speak louder than words, especially in gaining credibility and persuading others to do the same. And in achieving this kind of cooperation, the transition must be just if it is to take place. This is because the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted that people who are most vulnerable in our societies suffer the most whenever they face challenges. And I strongly believe we will see similar effects from the climate and biodiversity crisis. The two conference of parties taking place this year in Kunming and Glasgow will be very important, not only for the sake of international relations, but also to convince global citizens that governments all over the world are taking this seriously, that we have a plan, and everyone is part of this plan, to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss. Ultimately, we must confront this threat head-on because our long-term survival is at stake. It is about persuading our businesses and governments all over the world to take collective and decisive action to ensure that humanity survives and thrives. Before I conclude, allow me to share this wise saying: we do not inherit this earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. With that, I would like to call upon everyone to use the lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic to rebuild and innovate our economies to grow back greener. All of these efforts towards a prosperous future and green growth cannot be accomplished by a single nation alone. This must be done on a global scale. Let us seize this opportunity to rebuild a resilient global economy for the benefit of all. Let us make history so that in 20 or 30 years' time, we can tell the next generation that we went above and beyond to achieve a meaningful and sustainable recovery. On that note, I would like to thank WWF Malaysia and the delegation of the European Union to Malaysia once more for inviting me. I'm looking forward to the discussions and ideas generated at this conference for the benefit of both Malaysia and the European Union as we work together to create a better future for our planet. Thank you.
A million thank you, YB Tengku Zafrul, for that engaging speech. Now, our next esteemed address is from the Secretary General for the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Malaysia, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Zurinah Pawante. Datuk Zurinah, please take the floor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salam sejahtera and a very good afternoon to all. His Excellency Michalis Rojas, Ambassador of the European Union to Malaysia, the Honourable Senator Tengku Datuk Sri Utama Zafrul bin Tengku Abdul Aziz, Minister of Finance, Malaysia, Yang Mulia Tengku Ali Ridauddin Ibni Tuanku Mukhris, Chairman of WWF Malaysia, esteemed speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, KETSA, to deliver a message at this Road to Glasgow-Kunming virtual conference. I would like to first begin by highlighting the grave threats that humanity faces in the 21st century. It is evident now, more than ever, that climate change is real and serious. As a result of climate change, we are faced with intensifying natural disasters such as landslides, storms, flash floods, and droughts. These events have brought adverse impacts to our health, livelihood, and will continue to negatively affect our quality of life. In this view, there is a need to recognize biodiversity both as being impacted heavily by climate change and a potential mitigator of the effects of climate change. Indeed, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES, and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, co-sponsored workshop report has clearly shown that biodiversity and change are inextricably linked. We cannot combat one without addressing the other. Thus, tackling climate change is our shared responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, on the global front, Malaysia is committed to its obligations under the various biodiversity and climate change related multilateral conventions, including the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild, Flora and Fauna, CITES, and the Convention on Wetlands of International Importance, Ramsar Convention. Malaysia, being a party to the Convention on CBD since 1994 and one of the 12 mega-diverse countries in the world, intends to continue doing our part. At the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, we have made a pledge that Malaysia is committed to maintain at least 50% of our landmass under forest and tree cover. Malaysia has not reneged on that pledge. As of 2019, Malaysia's forest cover is at 55.3% of its total land area, exceeding Malaysia's initial commitment, representing our continued commitment to conserve biodiversity and forests. Forest contributes up to 30% of climate change solution. Hence, Malaysia's 18.27 million hectares of forest can be used to reduce the impact of climate change, as well as to stabilize the changing climate itself. Malaysia's forests provide the global climate system with key functions such as carbon sequestration, temperature regulation, and continuous oxygen production. Furthermore, through its structure and functions, the forests help reduce the adverse impacts of the already changing climate by regulating temperatures around it, as well as by being a buffer to extreme weather conditions. Surface runoff would be prevented during heavy rainfall, and maintaining water catchment areas would ensure water security. All these services can be deemed as our natural capital. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has put in place various policies and legal frameworks to fulfill our responsibilities. The National Policy on Biological Diversity 2016-2025 and the National Forest Policy remain the core policies that provide guidance for biodiversity conservation efforts. Aside from these, key legislation such as the National Forestry Act 1984, the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010, the International Trade in Endangered Species Act 2008, the Access of Biological Resources and Benefit Sharing Act 2017 have provided strong legal frameworks to safeguard our biodiversity. To ensure these legislations are in line with the current needs and addresses contemporary challenges, a number of acts including the National Forestry Act 1984 and the Wildlife Conservation Act 2010 are in the process of amendment. Malaysia has acknowledged that protected areas contribute significantly in preventing biodiversity loss and ensuring the well-being of communities. The National Policy on Biological Diversity calls for 20% of our land surface and inland waters to be conserved as protected areas or other effective area-based conservation measures, OECM, by the year 2025. According to data from the Protected Area Master List, we are on track to achieve this target. Realizing the challenge before us, Malaysia has proactively protecting its biodiversity and forests by adopting Sustainable Forest Management or SFM. SFM is pursued through various national strategies and programs such as the Forest Certification Initiative, the annual coup, and also the implementation of best practices in selective logging. Malaysia has also implemented forest certification since the year 2001 through the Malaysian Timber Certification Scheme or MTCS as a voluntary national timber certification scheme. Notably, Malaysia has implemented the Central Forest Pine, the CFS, in Peninsular Malaysia and the Heart of Borneo, HOB, in Sabah and Sarawak. Two national initiatives aim at protecting forest ecosystems while building resilience to climate change. Our CFS and HOB are crucial in restoring forest connectivity and ensuring gene flow through strategic placement of linkages and corridors. This is supported by intensive research and development, R&D through agencies like the Forestry Research Institute of Malaysia, FRIM. Ladies and gentlemen, to safeguard our precious biodiversity, KETSA has established strategic partnerships with the private sector, the NGOs, and also the indigenous people and local communities, IPLCs, through initiatives such as the Greening Malaysia program, through our 100 million tree planting campaign, the Ops Bersepadu Khazanah OBK, and also our Biodiversity Protection and Patrolling Program, our BP3. It is our commitment that 100 million trees will be planted nationwide by 2025 via the Greening of Malaysia agenda. Through OBK, a multi-agency approach including the Royal Malaysian Police, the Armed Forces and state agencies is applied to increase boots on the ground in critical flora and fauna habitats to protect our iconic species. BP3, on the other hand, harnesses the knowledge and experiences of veterans, of uniformed bodies and indigenous people in patrolling our forests. Recently, the success of OBK in combating wildlife crime was recognized at the 5th Asia Environmental Enforcement Awards by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. At KETSA, we are keen to harness the efforts from all stakeholders. This is why the National Biodiversity Roundtable, NBR, was established in 2019 as a platform to increase non-government stakeholder involvement in implementing national policies. Further, in light of the need to take extraordinary actions to save our Malayan tiger, KETSA has established the National Tiger Conservation Task Force, or MyTTF. MyTTF will be chaired by our Honourable Prime Minister, and members comprise relevant federal ministers and chief ministers. On the international front, we are collaborating with various international agencies to combat illegal trade of wild flora and fauna, including the ASEAN Working Group on CITES and Wildlife Enforcement, AWG CITES and WE, and the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. Ladies and gentlemen, as for the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, post-2020 GBF, we welcome this document and agree that it should be a basis to guide parties in conserving biodiversity towards 2030 and 2050. However, the goals, the milestones, and targets need to be realistic, taking into account national circumstances. Malaysia has strongly advocated for third objective of the CBD related to access and benefit sharing to be increasingly reflected in the post-2020 GBF. Given that Malaysia is rich in biodiversity, we have been the target country for biopiracy, including the taking of our genetic resources without benefiting the country or community of origin. Today, advances in biotechnology have made this possible even without leaving the lab to collect samples. It is in this regard that we strongly call for the inclusion of digital sequence information, DSI, in the post-2020 GBF, as we have done in our country's legislation. It is also a fact that Malaysia is an emerging economy with a need to develop on par with our fellow CBD parties. Additionally, the COVID-19 pandemic has put a dent in our financial capacities for the foreseeable future. It is with this in mind that Malaysia has called for greater technology transfer, capacity building, and resource mobilization from developed parties to be included in the post-2020 GBF. Without the conditions that aid implementation, the post-2020 GBF will remain a plan on the shelf. Ladies and gentlemen, intensifying natural disasters brought upon climate change, such as floods, can be addressed by nature-based solutions, which is more cost-effective option. NBS mimics natural processes to mitigate disasters. Examples of NBS include mangrove replanting instead of building concrete structures. This has been carried out in Kerteh River, Terengganu, and Tanjung Piai, Johor. Undeniably, forest and biodiversity conservation are expensive efforts. To enable greater implementation of forest conservation, as well as overcoming the gaps and constraints faced, adequate and substantial technical and financial resources are needed for its success. Malaysia will continue to explore opportunities in assessing support from the developed countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is also enhancing strategic partnership in generating funds through the REDD Plus Finance Framework, or RFF. The RFF is a policy approach with positive incentive to our state governments and private sectors. It consists of two components, which is the Forest Conservation Certificates, FCC, a non-market mechanism, and the Forest Carbon Offsets, FCO, a carbon market mechanism. The RFF will be the platform to allow private sector to invest into forest protection efforts in Malaysia. The issuance of FCC and FCO will be based on robust carbon standards and coordinated by the Malaysia Forest Fund, MFF. Aside from this, the government of Malaysia has introduced the Ecological Fiscal Transfer for Biodiversity Conservation, or known as the EFT, to incentivize state governments to better manage and expand existing natural forest reserves and protected areas. It is my pleasure to share that a total of 130 million ringgit has been disbursed through EFT since 2019. To end my speech once again, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to deliver a message at this virtual conference. Let us work together to safeguard and conserve our flora and fauna. With the 26th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity fast approaching, I look forward to negotiations among parties to ensure tangible and meaningful outcomes during the summits. Glasgow and Kunming represent a crossroad in global climate and biodiversity recovery. 10 years from now, we want our children and grandchildren to look back and say that we have taken the right path. Biodiversity is our life, our heritage, and our future. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk Zurina, for that illuminating address. Last but not least, I welcome our host, Chairman of WWF Malaysia, His Highness Tunku Ali Redauddin Tuanku Muhriz, to deliver his remarks and launch the event.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome. Thank you for taking the time to attend our Road to Glasgow and Kunming conference today. My gratitude to His Excellency Michalis Rokas, Ambassador of the EU Delegation to Malaysia, for your support and collaboration in making this conference a reality. I would also like to thank the Minister of Finance Malaysia, Tengku Datuk Seri Zafrul Aziz, and the Secretary General for the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Datuk Zurina Pawante, for your speeches. Your support demonstrates your care for the issue of climate change and the importance of this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, the declining state of planet Earth can no longer be ignored. We have seen the occurrence of extreme weather events, floods, droughts, and forest fires on a massive scale. These climate change-related natural disasters directly impact human lives and can trigger a chain of economic and social calamity. A recent UN report on climate change highlighted that if we do not achieve net zero emissions by 2050, humanity faces an extremely depressing outlook. Continued greenhouse gas emissions are choking our planet and putting billions of people at immediate risk. Our planet also faces another crisis, biodiversity loss at a global scale. This loss will be detrimental to the human race if left unchecked. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few weeks, the leaders of the world will convene at the UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow to tackle the climate crisis. Additionally, leaders will be gathering at the Convention of Biological Diversity in Kunming to address the biodiversity crisis. Ahead of Glasgow and Kunming, today's conference will give participants insights as to what these two forums are about. Experts from both Malaysia and the EU will speak on pertinent topics such as carbon financing and climate action, as well as the synergy between biodiversity and climate targets. I hope this event will lead to positive policies, commitments, and initiatives that will foster a net zero economy, which will in turn attract investors interested in low carbon economic activities with low exposure to climate and environmental risks. Allow me to conclude by thanking you for your participation. I sincerely hope that we will all learn new and exciting perspectives from this event. With this, I would like to formally launch the Road to Glasgow and Kunming, Combating Climate Change and Biodiversity Loss in Malaysia. Thank you and have a good conference.
A huge thank you, Tunku Ali, for launching the Road to Glasgow-Kunming virtual conference. Now that the conference is launched, we would like to present a special video highlighting the rich biodiversity of Malaysia and the need to protect it. The video also shows the impact of climate change and biodiversity loss and ends with proposed solutions.
Who calls Malaysia home? Malaysia is one of only 12 countries in the world endowed with mega biodiversity. But our home is no longer safe. Our home is being destroyed. Pollutants are seeping into our air and water. Some inhabitants are gone, never to return. Why is this happening? Are we fulfilling our basic needs? Or catering to our own convenience? Have we gone too far in pursuing a strong economy? It is not a trade-off. Sustainability and the economy can go hand in hand. We can find win-win solutions that benefit both people and nature. We can work with our neighbors to protect our region. We can partner with global leaders to achieve mutual goals, guided by international agreements and frameworks, like the EU Green Deal, which propels EU and its partners towards carbon neutrality by 2050.
As a global leader in combating climate change, the European Union is keen to partner with Malaysia as one of the world's 12 mega biodiversity countries. Through our sustained cooperation, we hope to mobilize all efforts for the world's biodiversity and our planet.
All of us have a role to play. All of us can care more. All of us can do better. Millions call Malaysia home. But people are the only ones who can protect it.
EU and Malaysia greener together. Next up, we have a poll question for the audience. Dear audience, please click on the most appropriate answer when the question pops up. Okay, I think the question is, how important is the issue of climate change and biodiversity loss in Malaysia to you personally? Okay, I'm waiting for the team to give me the results for the poll. Okay, and the result is, the most selected answer is very important, 91%. All right. Okay, it is encouraging to hear that most of us gathered here today are in a similar frame of mind when it comes to climate change and biodiversity loss issues. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who have frequently attended virtual conferences, we sometimes find technical glitches marring the running of the program. To minimize glitches from affecting our conference, all PowerPoint presentations are projected by the organizers. As such, please bear with us as the presenters and panelists request for the changing of slides. Next on the agenda, we have two presentations to provide the background of our panel sessions. The first one is a presentation by the head of Boston Consulting Group Malaysia, Mr. Dave Sivaprasad. Mr. Dave will be sharing his views on net zero emissions pathway. Mr. Dave, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you to the WWF, the EU delegation, esteemed presenters, panelists, and guests for this session. Just to start the session, Malaysia really has an opportunity to lead on climate transition in the region with the natural advantages that was presented and talked about earlier on forests and biodiversity. This really positions the country very well on a progressive path. Let me present a summary of a joint WWF and BCG study on the potential pathways for Malaysia towards net zero. And I'll share some of the highlights of some data and some analysis that point to what is possible and some of the implications, ending off with a suggested set of priorities that the country can take forward to achieve this objective. So starting off with the first slide on the next page is the next page, please, is that 70% of global emissions today have a net zero target. And Malaysia has certainly taken a very progressive position in this, looking ahead towards net zero heading out to 2050 and beyond. Now, why is this important for the country? If you go to the next page, this has material impact in relation to trade and the trading partners that Malaysia trades with 60 to 70% of Malaysian exports going to countries that are having a net zero target or intend to pursue one, which ultimately would translate into carbon pricing and carbon border adjustments that will impact Malaysian trade in the long term. And we're starting to see this with the carbon border adjustments that the EU will be putting in place over the coming years. Now that said, this is a question of resilience. It's also a question of growth. If you go to the next page, this is the footprint of Malaysia's emissions today. So a big part of it is energy and transport. But what you see here is also a significant offset and sync with the natural assets of the country through its forests. And this really positions Malaysia very well for a positive transition. Let's go to the next page, please. What you see here is a potential pathway for the country, and these are as an envelope of possibilities with a 2065 net zero, with all the commercially viable and economically viable technologies that are available today. You see a 2050 potential pathway, which requires significant transformation of power, of transport, of ensuring safeguards of the forests and the forest assets the country has, and also investments in emerging technologies such as carbon capture and storage, and fuel switching in areas such as heavy transport, where you use hydrogen and advanced biofuels. So many things will need to come together to achieve a 2050 net zero ambition. And what you also see is a technical limit of 2040, which says that if we apply every technology that is available today to abate carbon emissions, there is a potential to get to 2040 if there are no economic and socioeconomic constraints. So this is really more the technical limit. Now, if you go to the next page, this lays out what is behind all these potential pathways, and there are some big drivers. If you just look at the 2050 outcome as an illustration, achieving that requires a complete phase out of coal by that time frame, a full penetration of EVs and a large electrification of transport, maintaining and growing forest cover in the region, and also, as mentioned, investing in emerging technologies such as carbon capture and storage. If you go to the next page, this investment, this pathway requires significant investment. It is in the range of 350 to 400 billion ringgit over 30 years. Now, this in comparison to the trillions that would impact the region with climate impact that is not mitigated, is significantly more positive for the economy when you look at the alternative. Now, that said, it is a large amount, and it's one that will need to be managed through transition over a 30-year period. What is encouraging is what's behind this 400 billion ringgit over 30 years is that more than half of it, 60% of it, with the technologies that are available today, and the pathways on how these technology curves are coming down in terms of costs, they're commercially feasible investments to make. There's another 40% or so that will require support, will require further innovation, may require some form of carbon pricing to make the economics work, but you can see a pathway forward. Now, behind these investments as well, there is confidence in the sense that many of these technologies that we talk about, many of the actions that we talk about, have been implemented in different places. So they are technically feasible investments to make. The economics and the socioeconomic impact is what will need to be managed and steered towards a positive transition. Go to the next page, please. So this is an illustration of if we were to take a pathway forward towards net zero, whether that's towards 2065 or 2050, if all these factors line up in terms of the transformations needed in power, in transport, in across the wider economy, we could see an outcome where there's a net positive impact to the economy in terms of GDP and a net positive impact in terms of jobs. Now, that is taking a starting point and ending point, and then seeing that there's positive impact. The challenge, of course, is managing a fair, just, and equitable transition from where we are today to where we want to get to in the next 30 years. Let's go to the next page. This is an illustration on how the transition involves sectors that will decline over time, and as new sectors, low carbon economy sectors, low carbon energy sectors grow, you see growth in a host of areas such as electrification, in terms of renewables, low carbon transport. At the same time, you see decline over time of heavy emitting sectors. And this transition will need to be managed, and this involves job transitions. It involves social safety nets to ensure that households are well protected, and we get to a fair, just, and managed transition towards net zero. Go to the next page. So, to summarize all of this into a set of recommended actions and areas of focus for the country, there are 10 that this joint study recommends. One is to safeguard and enhance the natural assets of the country as a source of competitive advantage and a source of natural asset that allows the country to expedite a positive transition. And this is the forest and the biodiversity that we talk about. The second is to decarbonize the power sector, and decarbonizing the power sector is coal transition is certainly a major part of it, but it also involves energy efficiency, demand management, the extension of renewables into the power system, and also investing into resilience, into the future of the grid. So many aspects need to come into play for the decarbonization of the power sector to achieve this, and that's of course a big part. And that is deeply connected with the third piece, which is accelerating low carbon transport. We talked a bit about EVs and electrification of transport. That is part of the story, and to be able to fully realize the benefits of electrification of transport, it relies on decarbonizing the power system and the grid as well. But it's more than just electrification of transport. It's also changing mobility more broadly, increasing the share of public transport, increasing the penetration of shared mobility. It also involves switching of fuel types in heavy transport, where electric vehicle technology may not be feasible. So this is advanced biofuels, hydrogen, and so on. So that's the third piece. So the first three are really big transformations in the economy. The fourth is to price carbon, and pricing carbon in order to allow resources in the economy to be really channeled and diverted towards green economic sectors. And this will really have a large impact that is agnostic of technology and really allows an allocation of resources towards a net zero path. The fifth is mobilizing climate finance. You saw the large numbers that are needed to fund transition, and mobilizing climate finance from all sources. This is public, private, in some areas where development finance can also be mobilized. It requires multiple channels to be activated. Now the remaining five, the sixth is to enable a ecosystem of innovation. Part of it is to support innovation in areas where Malaysia has a natural advantage, such as biofuels, next generation biofuels, hydrogen, and so on, and is also to allocate funding, sufficient scale of funding to enable this in the long term, to unlock these technologies and contribute to the economy. The seventh is scaling potential technologies where Malaysia has an advantage. So these are areas such as hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, biofuels, but really scaling it with dedicated focus. The eighth is managing the transition and safeguarding livelihoods. You saw some numbers around declining sectors and growth sectors. These transitions over the next coming decades will require jobs and skills to change. It will require households that are impacted by declining sectors to have social safety nets in place and enabling a fair and just transition towards zero. So 8 is an important priority to be stewarded in the economy. The 9th is around behavioral change and consumer action. Consumers play a significant part in enabling transition by the choices they make in terms of how energy is used, their choices in transport, their choices in diet. There are many aspects that consumers actually have high power in enabling a positive transition. And the final priority is really around public sector leadership and catalytic action, so to speak, to steward this transition towards net zero. All actors in the economy need to and society need to play a part. The private sector, civil society, the public sector, and the public sector certainly plays a unique role in terms of providing the leadership and the guidance towards the ultimate goal of net zero. So with that, I will stop my presentation and hand back then to Laili.
Thank you, Mr. Dave, for sharing the knowledge on pathway to net zero emissions. Now, I would like to invite our second speaker, Director of Jeffrey Sachs Center and UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network for Asia, Professor Wu Wing Tai. He will be talking about ASEAN's green future. Professor Wu, the floor is yours. Professor, I believe you're muted.
I had muted myself.
All right. Thank you, Prof.
I must express my gratitude to the European Union Delegation Office and to WWF for including me in this important conference. We have heard very insightful speeches informing us about the great damages that would befall the world if climate change would occur in full force. Next slide, please. The journey to net zero emissions has been a long one and with quite a number of features. When we successfully signed the Paris Climate Treaty in 2015, we had committed ourselves to achieving net zero emissions by the end of this century, because we think that would have been enough to keep the temperature change to be under 2 degrees. But science then tells us that this is not the case. In fact, we would have to achieve net zero emissions by 2050-2060 period. So the European Union took up the challenge and showed the world commitment to this noble goal of fighting the existential threat of climate change by unveiling the European Green Deal, committing EU to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. This was followed up very quickly by China, which pledged to do so by 2060, and the Japanese and the Koreans committed to do so by 2050 within a month. And when Biden was sworn in, he brought the US back into the Paris Climate Treaty and committing to carbon neutrality by 2050. Next slide, please. I want to tell you about the work that we are doing here at the Jeffrey Sachs Center at Sunway University on mobilizing ASEAN to decarbonize their economies for sustainable green growth. We are part of an organization, the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, set up in 2012. and it works with UN agencies, global institutions, universities, private sector, the whole spectrum of society to implement the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. In March this year, we launched the ASEAN Green Future Study with 7 country partners: Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. We have now completed the first part of the study, whereby we have reviewed the CO2 emissions situation in every country, and we have suggested the different options for decarbonizing the economies. We will start phase 2 of the project after COP26. Phase 2 of the project will conduct comprehensive analysis of each decarbonization pathway that we've identified in phase 1. Well, when we did the study in March, started the study in March this year, no ASEAN country at that point in time had announced a plan with numerical targets and dates to achieve the non-zero emissions. In fact, in March 2021, there was even no attempt or no notice of that they would scale up their obligations under the Paris Treaty they signed. I think the reason for this lack of participation up to the middle of this year has to do with that the widespread misperception that decarbonization would put Southeast Asia at a competitive disadvantage ways away its other trading partners. And the other reason has to do with Southeast Asia was at that time not as aware of some of the changes that would occur shortly within the region in big power competition. This lack of can we have the next slide? Next slide, please. This lack of understanding about what's wrong is reflected within my home organization. Jeffrey Chia of Sunway Corporation is determined that the Sunway Corporation will have a zero carbon footprint as quickly as possible. So we turn to talking about setting up solar panels on every flat space within Bandar Sunway to achieve this goal. But then we found the most difficult thing was that the biggest CO2 emission comes from the energy that we buy from Tenaga, because Tenaga is not a green energy producer, so we have to substitute another form of energy. And hence we had all these various clever ideas of how to generate green energy within Bandar Sunway. But then it's pointed out, if we do that, our cost should be significantly higher than our competitors. The reason we should get to understand is that decarbonization means different types of actions at different levels of society. Basically, what is important is for Sunway Corporation and the rest of society to push for policies to turn Tenaga into a green energy producer. Then that would level the playing field for all corporations in Malaysia. So the corporations have a list of things that should not include energy generation. It is Tenaga's responsibility to go green on that. And I think that understanding of that different things are done at different level without losing competitiveness has led to a change in ASEAN attitude towards decarbonization. In July this year, Indonesia committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2060. And when Prime Minister Ismail Sabri unveiled the 12th Malaysia Plan, he gave us the happy news that Malaysia could decarbonize by as early as 2050. Of course, the surprising thing is that this commitment to net zero emissions is nowhere to be found in the 12th Malaysia Plan, largely because I think the awareness of actions have to be done now came largely because the new Prime Minister understood the situation very, very quickly. So the other reason why decarbonization is really not an option for it, decarbonization is the only option for us. Business as usual and slow decarbonization undesirable comes from the fact that the world around us is changing. We all know about the Indo-Pacific strategy of Australia, US, and the UK. Basically, we are now in the middle of a Cold War. There are two scenarios. Next slide, please. One scenario is that we can continue to avoid non-zero emissions because we'll be pampered by whichever big power that we are allied with. Or the scenario B is that even though US and China will be competing on many fronts, there is one area where they would both work together. And they did have pledged to work together, which is to fight global climate change. What this really means is that scenario B is the only outcome that is possible for ASEAN. Basically, neither United States nor China will become negative emitters so that ASEAN can continue to be a positive emitter. And what that means is, if ASEAN does not decarbonize, we will face great restrictions on the goods we sell. Basically, without strong climate actions, ASEAN will lose the source of its prosperity in the post-World War II period, which is producing participation in the international division of labor. So let me go to the next slide, please. One thing for sure, doing it together with all 10 ASEAN countries is cheaper than each ASEAN country doing it individually. It's just like if Malaysia mobilizes the entire society to decarbonize, it's cheaper than each individual turning himself net zero emissions unit. Largely because, let's take the case of solar energy. The sun shines with different intensity and at different times in different places. So what this really means is a regional energy grid has to be part of the solution for producing reliable green energy for ASEAN. Basically, we have to be such that if there is rain in one part of ASEAN, green energy from hydropower or solar energy from other ASEAN countries could be sent to the countries that are experiencing a cloudy day. And furthermore, by uniting, ASEAN is in a stronger position to ask the rich countries to honor the promise they have made at the Paris Climate Treaty that they would help in the transfer of technology to the ASEAN countries, and it will also be able to fund these investments. Let me finish up quickly by saying the following. If ASEAN can unite to undertake decarbonization, we would have united in a degree that is possible to give us agency in actions at the international arena. And if we do have the freedom to act as a collected union, we will be able to reduce the big power competition in the Indo-Pacific area that is threatening peace in Southeast Asia. So I would be happy. I invite all of you. Next slide, please. Let's keep on moving to the next slide. I don't have time for this, please. Keep on moving, please. Keep on moving. I would invite all of you to work with us on the ASEAN Green Future Project with Sustainable Development Solutions Network and the Jeffrey Sachs Center. My email is on the slide. Please do write to me, and I'll be happy to give you details on on our work agenda going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you, Laili, for having me in the conference today.
Thank you so much, Professor Wu. Thank you for that enlightening presentation on decarbonizing our economies in the ASEAN region for a greener future. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take our first 3-minute tea break. Now, before we leave for the tea break, there will be quick survey questions popping up in the chat box. Your feedback will be very valuable to us. Thank you, and see you after the break at about 4:20, 4:19, 4:20. Thank you so much. See you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Road to Glasgow-Kunming virtual conference. It is now time for the panel discussions. The first session is titled Reducing Carbon Emissions and Energy Efficiency. Our moderator is Dr. Hazri Adnan, Executive Director of Malaysian Institute of Economic Research, or MIER. Dr. Hazri has a PhD in Public Policy from the Australian National University. Previously, he was the CEO of the Langkawi Development Authority. Dr. Hazri, you have 45 minutes to moderate your session, and I will remind you of the remaining time towards the end of the session.
Thank you, Laili, for that generous introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel session number 1, Reducing Carbon Emissions and Energy Efficiency. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to be part of the program today, and also to congratulate both the EU and also WWF for combining the discussion on combating climate change and addressing biodiversity loss together. Because for decades, the two important topics have been addressed as two functionally different policy agenda. And this sort of separation happens at the international level, it happens at national level, it happens at the local level as well. So addressing the two, and by focusing on the, by using the COP Glasgow and COP Kunming as the sort of narrative together is I think a brilliant one. And this session in particular, we have the privilege of also looking or hearing from, at least in the context of Malaysia, two important players which have not been very dominant in the past, at least when since 1992 up to Johannesburg meeting. We have not heard much from the private sector and also from the state governments. And for today, we are privileged to have the Sarawak Economic Planning Unit and also Tenaga Nasional Berhad to share their perspective on what they are doing to combat or to address carbon emissions or energy efficiency. And we'll also be joined by the DG or Director General for Energy of the European Commission as well. So from the Sarawak Economic Planning Unit, if I could introduce the speakers, we will have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Zaidil, who's the present Director of Economic Planning Unit, or EPU of Sarawak. But I think today he will be represented by Dr. Koh Lik Kun, who's the Chief Assistant Director at the Environment and Sustainability Department at the Economic Planning Unit of Sarawak. And then we are also privileged today to have our second speaker, Dato' Fazlur Rahman Zainuddin, who's currently holding the position of Chief Strategy and Ventures Officer. He's leading the development and implementation of the long-term strategy for TNB, and I think he will be responding to the invitation from Professor Wu Wing Tai for TNB to move in a more aggressive way into the green energy agenda. So welcome, Dato', and welcome, Dr. Kun, Dr. Koh Lik Kun. And last but not least, we would have also Mr. Pierluca Merola, who's the Policy Officer in the Energy Efficiency Unit of the Director General for Energy of the European Commission. So, gentlemen, we will have about 7 minutes each for each presentation, and I would like to invite Dr. Koh Lik Kun to begin, and then followed by Dato' Fazlur Rahman, and then Mr. Pierluca Merola, and we will have an opportunity to discuss a number of key issues or key actions that can come from the the presentation. Can I invite you, Dr. Koo, for the 7-minute presentation?
Hello and good afternoon. On behalf of Dato' Dr. Muhammad Abdullah, we would like to thank the organizers for inviting the Economic Planning Unit in today's virtual conference. And I will be presenting on some of the aspiration and also the initiative conducted by our state, Sarawak government, in terms of environmental sustainability for Sarawak. So this is a talk that has been prepared for this afternoon. Hopefully it will be useful for the discussion later. Next slide. I want to bring everyone towards this sort of understanding in total human social metabolism before I bring you towards what Sarawak is working on and aspiration and initiative. It's important to look into how human dominance is so important at this age or epoch we will call the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene has been debated for several years, and towards the academics, politicians, and a few others, which has lots of interest in thinking about how we deal with our environment and towards the economy and overall social metabolism. It is how we want to project and how we want to bring our society and our planet towards a good Anthropocene. And we need to sustainably manage them. If you look at the figure, it's a good Anthropocene is basically sustainable development towards the future. Next slide. So let's look at where we stand in the regional share of our greenhouse gas baselining using UNFCCC emissions for the year 2016. Just particularly looking into and focus into Sarawak, our forested area is potentially one of the highest with 7.9 million hectare. And also we are emitting about 33,000 gigagram of CO2 equivalent. And looking into the breakdowns and more importantly, looking into the forestry sector, it is a huge amount that Sarawak is sinking in terms of carbon. Next slide. So deep dive, looking into really detailed perspective into where are the opportunities to reduce emission. These are the perspective where we are looking at some of the sectors, especially on energy, industrial waste, agriculture, and also particularly some sort of extent into land use change and forestry. These are important for us to think about how we're going to reduce it for the next 10 to 20 years in Sarawak. And also particularly pay a little bit more attention towards the orange charts that's actually sinking most of the carbon. These are the potential where we're talking about the forestry sector plays a vital role in terms of the carbon sink. So we pay tribute to the role of forestry in Sarawak, where huge carbon assets are locked down within some of the permanent forest estates and also the totally protected areas and as well these are biodiversity importance as well, including all the payment ecosystem services and so on. Next. So how do we do this? We want to aim towards a high income nation, at the same time preserving the nature and biodiversity. So we put out all these figures and all sort of initiative in a nutshell, where we call the green economy policy for Sarawak, which we are a little bit more advanced now in coming up with this sort of policy that will include some of the important sort of components such as renewable energy, green financing, reducing emissions from energy, waste, transport, and also importantly, we need to think about upskilling human capital and developing technical capabilities in terms of green economy. It is not just about reducing and bringing technology and changing how the economy works, but the understanding of green economy. People need to be aware and be taught and learn what this is all about. Next. So let's look into where we are in terms of carbon offsets. One of the main drivers of carbon sinks would be tropical rainforests, peatlands, and marine ecosystem. These are the terrestrial ecosystems that's huge and provide vast sort of potential in Sarawak sort of carbon scenario. If we look at how much we can use them to monetize it and change it and bring in some sort of potential to the state government. And this is all based on what was mentioned earlier in the keynotes and also in the opening remarks, nature-based solution. Nature-based solutions provides all these important sort of components for us to work on and bring towards the future, where we can protect the ecosystems, we can manage the ecosystem, and importantly, we restore the ecosystem with all sorts of components and strategies, for example, additionality, co-benefits, and so on that you can see on the slide. Next slide. The other aspiration that we talk about will be renewable energy ecosystem. We look into a pyramid, and our aspiration is basically to achieve sustainable growth and prosperity for Sarawak by 2030 as a Southeast Asia powerhouse through affordable and reliable renewable energy. So what are some of the outcomes and measures that we put in place in Sarawak? It's basically a 60% renewable energy capacity and a mix by 2030. And we've identified some electrification of mobility fleet in Sarawak, 20% of electric cars, 50% of electric bikes that will be adopted by 2030. This will produce about 600,000 tons annual reduction to CO2 emissions. But these achievements are basically towards the next 10 years that we will see, and hopefully we can achieve this. Next. But of course, we need to work towards a green energy transition for the next 20 years by also at the same time supporting the neighboring states if possible. This is towards green exports. If we look at the baseline for 2020, we're having a mix of power generation, basically largely hydro, about 60%, and also the next you have we still have coal of 90%, but we need to reduce that, and reducing this basically gives us more hydropower and also natural gas, investing in it. And how do we bring this? If you have green energy, we're transitioning this, exporting this to our neighboring countries, for example, neighboring states, for example, Sabah, that we explore and provide them green power, and for them to potentially reduce on their coal, fossil fuels usage. Next slide. I want to bring into what we are heavily involved, that's a green energy export, which is a hydrogen with, that provides versatile energy carrier and feedstock and allowing economic impact to Sarawak. I think in Sarawak, we are progressing towards that, and not just into energy, but feeding into the feedstock, where one of the current projects that we are heavily involved now is petrochemicals. Next. And we need support, and we need building capacity and partnerships that we are currently having, and also potential sort of investors and private sectors are involved in hydrogen economy. Next. So in a nutshell, I want to bring this into a donut economy before I finish, and this basically tells us how we achieve or how we draw our post-COVID development strategy. Next slide. The very last slide to conclude. Sarawak will be a thriving society driven by data and innovation, where everyone enjoys economic prosperity, social inclusivity, and sustainable environment. So from that donut sort of concept, we need to bring in and empowering and integrating all these sort of three main pillars and concepts towards bringing Sarawak to a sustainable environment state. With that, thank you very much. I hope I didn't take up too much time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kuo Lit Kun, for that very interesting and very promising outlook on what the future Sarawak is going to be like. And you are thinking like a 21st century economist, quoting that book that you just cited there. So congratulations on that. Of course, I have a couple of questions for you, but let's just wait till the other two presenters completed their round. Next, we would have Dato' Fazlur Rahman from Tenaga Nasional Berhad. Dato', you have 7 minutes to share your thoughts on this topic. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hazri. Assalamualaikum, and a very good afternoon to all participants to this conference. I would like to congratulate WWF for organizing what is actually essentially a very important topic, a sign of our times. Yeah, climate change. And with that, Tenaga is not completely oblivious to it. I think certainly as a power utility company in Malaysia, we are highly conscious about the implications of our business to the climate issues at hand. Yeah, I think often painted as the bad boy. Yeah, I think this is something that we have taken some important steps. Yeah. So before I go into some of the steps that we are taking in relation to combating climate issues, maybe I'll take a little bit of introduction to what Tenaga is really all about. Yeah. So as you can see on the slide, yeah, Tenaga is about bringing about a better world and brighter lives. This has been the DNA of Tenaga Nasional since the 1949, yeah, since the formation of Lembaga Elektrik Negara, which subsequently became Tenaga Nasional Berhad. Yeah, for 72 years, Tenaga has been bringing light to the country, and as of now, for Peninsular Malaysia, the electrification rate is 99.8%. Yeah, so through that 77 decades, we've seen the livelihoods of the societies that we operate in, yeah, substantially improve. So that is actually about bringing brighter lives. It's not just literally bringing light to communities, but also making their lives a lot brighter. Yeah, and this is something that we do as we run our business today, continuing to power the nation, continuing to contribute towards social development, and at the same time strengthening our business, yeah, as a private and listed company. Yeah. Now, next slide. So as we start to talk about sustainability, this to Tenaga is not something completely new. Yeah, it has been a journey. Yeah, if you were to reflect what Tenaga has been doing for the past 70 years, is actually about bringing some level of sustainability to the society we operate. Yeah, our role as the national utility to the country is very much anchored around that aspect. Yeah, and in 2016 we stepped up this aspect of our business by introducing the Reimagining Tenaga strategy in 2016, which started our journey towards this climate action. And this year, if you've seen the news in the past month or so, in August, we announced our Sustainability Pathway 2050. Yeah, so this is something that Tenaga is setting the pathway in order to achieve the net zero emissions by 2050. Yeah. Now, I would like to explain a little bit about the industry. So perhaps next slide. So the implications of doing this, it is not an easy issue to address. Yeah. As a power utility company, there are many considerations that we will have to take account of to find the right balance. Now, many of you may have heard the energy trilemma. Yeah, as you can see, what this means is balancing sustainability with energy security as well as energy equity, affordability to the society that we operate in. Yeah, and I think in the world today, there's probably another aspect of the balance, which some people call the quadrilemma, because of the impact of COVID to the economy. That's another significant consideration that we will have to take into account in determining the pathway of our business going forward. Now, Tenaga operates in a regulated environment, yeah, based on policies that are determined by the government with regards to the right balance of energy mix, sustainability, and affordability to the society that we operate in. Today, in terms of system security, Tenaga's system is performing at 45 minutes system average interruption duration index, or SIDI, which in fancy terms it just means the amount of time of outage per customer per year of 45 minutes. And this is something that's comparable with the developed countries like the UK, France, Australia, and this is being achieved at a tariff that's actually very comparable. In fact, amongst the lowest in this particular region, ASEAN, even as a developing country. Yeah, so high reliability of system at a developing country tariffs. Yeah, and some of the efforts that we are looking at going forward is addressing the solutions both on the supply side as well as the demand side of the business. If you look at the supply side, we'll be seeing the shifts of our base load, yeah, and maintaining reasonable tariff. Moving this transition towards cleaner sources will be the main area of focus, as well as investing in green technologies such as carbon offsets. On the demand side, certainly addressing customers' changing preferences towards green solutions and offering those kind of solutions to those customers. And at the same time, adopting emerging technologies on the demand side, energy efficiencies, electric mobilities as some important initiatives going forward. But that does not change the fact that the grid, the wires that deliver the electricity through Peninsular Malaysia is a major enabler to ensure the coupling of demand and supply for the power sector. Next slide. In August, Tenaga announced our Sustainability Pathway 2050. In essence, there are three important targets that we are, or objectives that we are aiming for. The first one is achieving an 8.3 gigawatts RE target by 2025. Moving forward, a commitment of 35% reduction in our emission intensity by 2035, and moving even further forward, aspiring to achieve a net zero emissions by 2050. As you can see, our pathway, we've set certain interim milestones so that we can track where we are at and how we are progressing towards that. Obviously, the nearer targets are a little bit more clearer in terms of how we're going to achieve them, whereas towards 2050, it means some investments into new green technologies such as hydrogen and carbon capture, as these technologies become cost effective, yeah? And those opportunities will arise at a later pathway down the road. Yeah. Now, there are other important things that I would like to highlight here as part of our commitments with regards to coal. Number one, Tenaga is committing to no new build of coal-fired power plants, right? Number two, by 2035, our coal capacity will reduce by about 50%. And by 2050, our generation mix will be coal-free, yeah? And this is something that we believe is achievable whilst maintaining the balance of the energy mix in Peninsular Malaysia. Next slide. I won't spend too much time here. These are some of our targets with regards to renewables. It will cover both domestic investment of renewables as well as international. Yeah. At the same time, we will cover renewables such as solar, large-scale solar, hydro, and rooftop solar, as well as looking at renewable energies in other markets that can help bring these technologies and some of this knowledge and experience back to Malaysia. Now, to conclude, the next slide, I just want to leave you 4 points to take away. Yeah. Number one, sustainability pathway is very much the essence of Tenaga's core purpose, our DNA, yeah, in bringing about a better world and making brighter lives. Yeah. This is something that we believe very strongly within the organization across our 35,000 employees. Secondly, in line with the government, we have taken steps to mitigate climate action, and this is in line with the balance needed for the energy trilemma. This is not an easy task. Yeah? It requires a balance of various competing objectives in the trilemma, Whilst with the technology improvements that we see today, reduction in cost of renewable technologies, we see that opportunity arising. Yeah, and this is done together with important stakeholders such as our government and regulator. Third point that I would like to leave you here is that we've made our commitment with regards to the 2050 sustainability pathway with interim targets up to 2035. Yeah. It is going to be a challenging road ahead for us, but we believe with the technology improvements and the investments in this new spaces, that will create opportunities for us to grow business and invest into technologies that can help drive us towards our 2050 aspiration. But finally, the last point is that Tenaga cannot do this. Yeah, and we believe that this has to be done together with various other stakeholders, what is often called the whole of nation, whole of society approach. And this is something that Tenaga is open to working together with various stakeholders in order to achieve the national carbon neutral target by 2050. So with that, I would like to conclude and thank you for your attention and pass you back to Dr. Hezri. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fazul, for sticking to the time given. And it is very, it's a good news to hear that the commitment by TNB to phase out coal, despite what's going on, you know, the news are laden with stories about the search or the return of coal as king with the soared prices of gas and all that. So that's very, it's a good news that we should celebrate that TNB is continuing with that march. That will questions will come later. I think it would be best if we listen to Mr. Piloka Merola first as to what are the actions in EU, what kind of synergies we can tap moving forward. Mr. Merola, the screen is yours for about 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Hezri, and thank you very much to the WWF and the European Union Delegation for having organized this event. It was really interesting, the keynote speech. I very much appreciate the speech of the Minister on linking, let's say, our decarbonization objective with sustainable growth and economy, and underlining as these two objectives are not are going in the same direction. And being from the energy efficiency unit, I would like also to stress how the being energy efficiency fundamental part of any decarbonization pathway. This is also very much useful for when we speak about competitiveness of the economy, because by using less energy, we reduce emission and we also reduce costs for the let's say cost for the society, for businesses, for citizens, and for the energy bills at large. So I would like to present to you very briefly what our most recent policy update from DG Energy and from the European Commission. If we can go to the first slide, please. As you well know, the European Commission and the European Union, with its member state and the European Parliament, have backed the European Green Deal. This is our, let's say, Euro pledge to become a climate neutral economy by 2050. And with the interim milestone and target in 2030 and 2040, is not only this involve the different sector of the economy, as also like the stakeholder from Malaysia and Southeast Asia have underlined. It's not only about energy, but involves biodiversity, it involves agriculture, it involves it is a comprehensive, let's say, an approach. Our target, let's say, with the European Green Deal, we set, and we can move also already to the next slide, and the Climate Target Plan and the European Climate Law, we set a binding target for the EU to reduce by 55% our greenhouse gases emission by 2030. This is now approved in June 2021. It was approved by our main stakeholders, meaning the European member states. And so we are working toward this objective, and that's mean that we have came up with new regulatory and policy and financing measures to help our society in achieving that. If you see, I will just highlight this aspect with regard to residential and energy efficiency. We have our, let's say, trajectory, the climate target plan, identify residential, so buildings, and so consumption in buildings as one of the main area in which we will focus in the next decade, in the decade that has just started, because it is true that we have to decarbonize the energy supply on one side, but the reduction in energy consumption have a direct effect on the emission as well, and our let's say our buildings and the place where we live can very much contribute in terms of building renovation in reducing the energy we consume. We can move maybe to the next slide already, because I'm a bit worried about the time. So in relation with what I just said with the building focus, so we have launched the renovation wave communication last September 2020, in October 2020, and the objective of the renovation wave is to stimulate across Europe exactly a renovation wave in the building, and to double energy renovation rates. This is the overall objective is to contribute from the buildings to the reduction of greenhouse gas emission that have been identified with 60% of reduction of greenhouse emission, operational greenhouse gas emission related to building have to take place in buildings to achieve our target. If we can move to the next slide as well. So to complement the European Green Deal, which is a strategy, we presented in DG Energy, but together with all the other services, DG Climate, DG Environment, a package, the so-called Fit for 55 package, or delivering the European Green Deal. This is made of different measures and sustainable transport as well, that we put forward in July to, on one side, by establishing clear targets per sector of what we need to be reduced across the EU, and on the other side by providing new innovative, let's say, innovative policy provision to achieve this objective. In particularly, I would like to give you an overview, let's say, of the energy-related directive here. So if we can move to the next slide. Voila. Here you can have a snapshot of what I'm referring to, basically to the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Performance of Building Directive, and the Emission Trading System. These somehow, to explain you a bit more in detail, in the Energy Efficiency Directive and also in the renewable, we somehow raised the target for the contribution from energy efficiency and from renewable energy to the achievement of the 2030 target. We also provide new policy measures. For example, we have put forward the energy efficiency first principle guidelines and recommendation. These, let's say, to summarize, highlight the role of energy efficiency in any kind of decarbonization pathway, in the sense that what we want to put, we want to put the focus here is that energy efficiency is a prerequisite before the fuel switch, in the sense, first of all, and this is somehow related to the question of the energy trilemma brought forward by Dr. Fatou, in the sense that if we reduce first energy consumption, somehow the energy cost of the fuel switch from fossil fuel to renewable sources become less become cheaper, and at the same time we also reduce the aspect of the energy security, let's say, of the independence toward the outside world, because it is true that this is quite relevant, and if we have a high need of energy, we will compensate this with fossil fuels. So it's very important to put energy efficiency in this discussion, and that's why we put forward this energy efficiency first principle. And also we are aiming at operationalizing it with public procurement and with the exemplary role of public buildings. Then just let me briefly, maybe here since the time is up, to mention the increased role that we see for renewable energies, not only in general in the power production, but especially with relation to heating and cooling, where we have identified clear target and benchmark to achieve that. I will conclude here so that we have time for the questions. Thank you very much. We can switch. I will not go in detail of this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marola, for sharing the initiative, the Energy Efficiency Unit at the European DG of Energy for Energy. We have about 10 minutes left for an exchange. Time is not on our side, apparently, but maybe I can quickly run through a number of questions. Firstly, to Dr. Koh. From your point of view for Sarawak, what are the kind of if you can name two top policies that the federal government must set to support Sarawak to achieve your aspiration, the Sarawak's aspiration to become a green economy, like what is envisaged in your policy? What support do you think you need from the federal government, Dr. Koh?
Yes. Thanks for the question. I think to further develop into existing renewable energy ecosystem to a greater heights, I think it's important to perhaps focus on off-grid green electrification system in rural areas to bridge the existing electrification gaps. Some of the policies that would support and that's needed would be something that would develop local capability building program to maintain these electrification systems, and also cultivating ownership by local communities to protect and sustain the system. There is also importance in always what we do, regardless of whether it is this renewable energy or even in agriculture or forestry. The focus in research and development, in developing suitable and affordable or any of these clean energy and affordable solutions, for example, nature-based solutions, this is also part of it. I think it's really important to incorporate and also to keep on building and developing it towards the next generation or towards the next 10 to 20 years. So economic development incorporating environmental conservation. This is an interesting sort of note that we need to remember. And also, this is what Sarawak is advancing to the stage, to an advanced stage that they are developing, that we are developing towards our green economy policy. So we hope that that there is also the hope that in Sarawak for regional governments to support and to consider adopting cleaner and greener fuel, especially in logistics sectors, particularly in aviations or vessels or ships. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koh. Hydrogen holds a very big potential there, I'm sure. Datuk Fazlur, in your last slide, I noticed there's a mention of that you believe that the whole of nation approach will be key in moving forward. Yeah. So what do you have in mind when you say that? What are the institutions that you think Tenaga Nasional could be partnering with in the next few years?
Thank you, Dr. Ezri, for that question. Yes, certainly. It requires all parties to be in unison in relation to where we are all heading. Yeah. Now, if you want to talk about the institutions, perhaps it's a bit difficult to identify specific institutions, but rather I would like to look at it from a broad stakeholder perspectives, right? So So on the supply side as well as the demand side, right? So we talk about supply side. To me, I think there are two big stakeholders that's important to be convinced along this pathway. Of course, the policymakers, governments, and so on and so forth, because there will be certain policies that needs to be shifted in order to achieve the net zero ambition. Yeah, there will need to be some investments required to be done. Yeah, within the current landscape. So that's the first piece. That's an example. The second stakeholder that I would actually talk about is essentially investors, right? So as a utility company, as we start to look ahead to 2050, there will be some investments that's going to be made into new green technologies, yeah, and convincing and bringing our investors along together with this on the journey. That's important to be able to put money, put certain capital into new technologies is also an important aspect. Yeah, inclusively, I guess, including in this that investments with some, I guess, together with the government earlier that we talked about, some incentives into investing into new technologies will be an important aspect. So that's on the supply side. Then there's on the demand side. Basically is the customers, right? Is the customers and the public at large. These are the groups of people that we will have to bring along. Yeah, we can't move the shift very quickly if, let's say, customers do not fully understand the implications of this, right? So this, again, for us being a utility company that actually reaches about 9.4 million customers in Peninsular Malaysia, constant engagement with our customers to understand price of energy, how best to use energy, energy efficiency, and the benefits of energy efficiencies to the system is an important consideration. Maybe even moving towards choices of energy, green types of energy, electric mobilities, and so on and so forth. So these are some of those conversations that we believe is very important to have across the different stakeholders: government, investors, and the public at large.
Thank you, Dato'. That's a holy trinity that needs to be addressed as we move forward, I think. I have a personal trivia. I have left the scene of sustainable development scene for about 2 years. When I returned, and I've been very, very encouraged by the development. In the past 2 years, there's been so many new commitments by the private sector, by the state governments, and this is something which I think will only will be enhanced as we march forward towards 2030, the year that SDG will be where the world will be a better world, hopefully a more sustainable world. And on that note, Mr. Merola, you have heard from both Dr. Koh, representing Sarawak government, and also Dato' Fazlur, representing one of the key private sector interests in the movement towards energy efficiency and carbon reduction. What are the areas of work, if you can pin down two sort of projects or partnership that the EU can strike with Malaysia, listening to Dato' Fazlur and Dr. Koh?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you again for the other two co-panelists for the presentation that were very interesting, and also for me to learn and having an overview of the perspective and the situation in Malaysia and Southeast Asia at large. With regard to Dr. Koh, I would say, and the Sarawak government and let's say the pathway that they identify, for sure the issue of a carbon sink and the role they see there is extremely interesting, because it's not something, it's something I would say peculiar to the state and peculiar to Malaysia, and certainly something that in any kind of as you said, when we account for the different emission and the different reduction, is something that is taken into account, is something that to protect, and it's something that to bring, I would say, to bring forward on a international and regional level, because I would imagine is the contribution is important there, and so I would underline that. And I mean, on the somehow the as well from let's say the end user side, it will become more difficult to have change to have long-lasting changes, and that is what we need, because in the end we are looking at the.
Just
I mean, we have
the organizers here. The public Zoom has lost the sound. So
my sound.
No, the other one, we can hear you, but the public, the other Zoom has no sound. So the organizers, please look into that.
Done.
Okay, sound,
It's done.
okay, sound is back. Thank you.
Right now. Right. Okay.
Sorry for this. I mean, I hope it's good now. But I will close here by just saying that the two presentations were very much interesting, and I think that from the two perspective side, there is very much the basis for further cooperation on both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Merola. I would surmise that this conversation is just an ice-breaking conversation between Sarawak government, TNB, and also the EU. I think there will be other opportunities. I hope there'll be other opportunities in the future to deep dive into what are the actions needed that can benefit all parties. And also, there's not enough time for us to address the questions by the audience. So there are many interesting questions actually, Dr. Fazlul, Dr. Kuo, on the not just the synergies but also the trade-off that we have to grapple with when it comes to addressing biodiversity loss together with climate change. For instance, large-scale solar, the impact on forests, for instance, peatland. But there's no time for us to discuss this other than saying that this is just an ice-breaking session. I would like to thank the organizer for convening this session. I would like to invite everyone to thank our three panelists today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hazri and panelists, for that very insightful session on energy efficiency as an important instrument towards combating climate change. Okay, we are due for another break, but before we leave, dear audience, please answer the survey question. We really appreciate your feedback. We'll be back at about 3 minutes from now. That's about 5:11 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. It appears that we will exceed the scheduled timing for the event. We hope you bear with us as the sessions are slightly extended. All right, we will now commence our second panel discussion entitled Retaining and Restoring Carbon Sink, which is also the space for biodiversity conservation. Moderating the session will be Datuk Frederick Coogan, Chief Conservator of Forest, Sabah Forestry Department. Datuk Frederick has been Project Director of several conservation projects, including the Heart of Borneo initiative and the European Union's project on reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation plus. Datuk, you have 45 minutes to moderate the session, and I will remind you of the time towards the end of the session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, MC Laili, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, welcome to the second plenary panel session, which is on retaining and restoring carbon sink, which is also space for biodiversity conservation. And I think we have heard a lot of keynote addresses that touches on forests, of which Malaysia has treated this as one of the top agenda in the climate change agenda. So together with me, I have three distinguished panelists. Yeah, three distinguished panelists who will be speaking. We'll be talking about their presentation, but I think I would like to introduce the panelists first. The three panelists are Nazlan Muhammad, who is the Senior Sustainability Manager from Sawit Kinabalu, a state-owned government-linked company dealing with oil palm plantation. And we have next second panelist would be Dr. Mark Ryan Damaraj, who is a country director of WCS Malaysia, and who has 20 years experience in wildlife conservation in Malaysia. We'll be talking about WCS experiences in terms of wildlife conservation and what are the link with the climate change, biodiversity conservation with climate change. And of course, the last panelist, the panelist that we have is Mr. Roberto Delgado Rosa, who is the Director of Natural Capital, DG Environment for European Commission. And I think we will be hearing a lot from him in terms of what are the EU perspective in terms of this subject, very important subject matter. So there is no set question set yet, but then I think there's a lot of initiative that has been mentioned about conserving forests, biodiversity and so forth, etc. Many initiatives that have been implemented in Malaysia or being implemented in Malaysia, and probably maybe when we hear the presentation from the three panelists, maybe we'll at the back of our mind look at question ourselves what else can be done in terms of further retaining or maybe further improving, restoring this carbon sink, especially looking at forests. So I think without much further ado, I would like to call upon our first panelist, Mr. Nazlan Muhammad, to give his presentation on retaining and restoring carbon sink conservation in OPP, oil palm. With that, Mr. Nazlan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dato' CCF. And Mr. Moderator. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nazlan bin Muhammad. I'm the Sustainability Manager for Sawit Kinabalu Group. And I'll be presenting the slide on retaining and restoring carbon sink, which is through the conservation in oil palm plantation. This is specific to our perspective in Sawit Kinabalu. Next slide, please. First, just to let everyone know a little bit about us, Sawit Kinabalu Group is the state government wholly owned company. We are the premier investment arm to Sabah. It is obvious by our name, Sawit, which means oil palm. Our first business is oil in the oil palm industry. Next. Our oil palm land bank in Sabah is around 7,000 hectares, and this is the, I believe, the third largest oil palm plantation company in Sabah. However, our business is not limited to oil palm plantation. We have other crops like coconut, rubber, and latest edition is the king of fruits, durian. We also have sustainable beef production, property development, and basically we will venture into any new businesses as required by the state government. Next. Going into my topic, carbon sink in oil palm plantation. As a group, we have almost 9,000 hectares of conservation areas, and that's around 12 to 13% of our land. And these conservation areas are consisting of high conservation values, riparian buffers, forest buffers, wetland, and also wildlife corridors. Next. So our Sungai Pin Conservation Area is our largest conservation area. It is the private land under the commercial land title. The project started in 2003, and up to this year, our conservation team in Sungai Pin has planted more than 500,000 trees. Next slide. In 2017, the move was strengthened with the signing of MOU with Sabah Forestry Department under the EU Red Plus project, tackling climate change through sustainable forest management. We believe that this area has high potential on forest connectivity and to support wildlife corridor in Lower Kinabatangan. We work with all the relevant parties to make this happen. NGOs like WWF, Pongo Alliance, community group like COPEL, and among others. And as the largest conservation area on private land, we hope that our move will also encourage the others to join this effort to connect the Gomantong Forest Reserve and Pinsupu Forest Reserve and all the way to Segaliut Lokan Forest Reserve. As you can see from the slide, all the highlighted in grey is actually forest reserve, and our goal is to be the model for any plantation company within that area. Thank you. Next slide. This tree planting restoration view in some of Sungai Pin area starts from the top left in 2004, next in 2014, 2018, and the bottom left was taken this year in March. Before the movement control order. This is the tree planting and restoration progress. As you can see from the pictures, there's an obvious difference between 2004 and 2021. Next slide. And we secured our effort in retaining and restoring our natural carbon sinks by committing a 10 years conservation plan. A document which we call as a Sungai Pin Conservation Area Management Plan, or CAM. The plan was prepared with the help of Sabah Forestry Department, and as you can see, the signing ceremony was also witnessed by our Datuk Moderator, Datuk Fred. Next slide. Through a wildlife survey conducted in 2014 and 2019, we discovered that some species of mammals are vulnerable, endangered, and critically endangered. Next slide. 21 species. Next slide, please. 21 species of mammals recorded, and 9 were found to be listed in the IUCN Red List, and 17 are listed in the Sabah Wildlife Conservation Enactment. Next. For birds, we have 104 species of birds recorded. 8 of it are in the IUCN Red List. 28 are listed as protected bird species under the Sabah Wildlife Conservation Enactment. Next slide. For plant diversity, recorded 95 families, 22 are listed in IUCN Red List, and 32 are protected plant species. Next slide. This is some of the photos taken within our conservation area, and endemic species and also threatened species, Gaharu. Next slide. Some more photos of a huge tree in our conservation area. Next slide. For insect, based on the Shannon Index, it was found that considering higher than some of other forest reserves in Sabah. Next slide. This is some of nice looking insect photos taken by a surveyor during the survey. Next slide. This is some of the activity that we carry out in conservation area. We provide competency training to our staff and workers to be the honorary wildlife warden and also forest ranger. and we get the local community to be involved, not forgetting the students and also the women in tree planting activity with our stakeholders. Of course, we also do the ongoing carbon stock assessment to monitor the carbon, and we identified a plot, and we also do a ficus planting as fruit for the orangutan, and many more activities within the conservation area. Next. And we have also the former EU ambassador visited us in 2016. Hopefully our current EU ambassador could also visit us soon. Next slide. This is the latest project with WWF under the WWF Living Landscape through their 3 pillars, the protect, produce and restore. We call it the Bagahat Wildlife Corridor Project. Hopefully we would sign an MOU with them very soon, hopefully in November. Next slide.
Nazlan, can you summarize? I think time is up.
All right, okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, last slide. The objective of this project is to reduce the human-elephant conflict. So as conclusion, capturing and storing carbon dioxide is critical in our fight against climate change, and the conservation areas is what we currently have in Sawit Kinabalu, and I believe in many other oil palm plantations company can provide solution for us mitigating climate change. Protecting, maintaining, and restoring this natural carbon sink will also provide the habitat for wildlife. In Sawit Kinabalu Group, we always believe that palm oil should be produced without causing deforestation or harming of wildlife. We would like to thank our partners, all NGOs that also believe that oil palm ban would lead to catastrophic increase in deforestation, as anything we replace the oil palm with will need much more land to grow on. Special thanks to WWF Malaysia and EU Delegation Office for inviting us to be the panel of this visual conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nazlan, for the interesting presentation. I think it is very important I think what you have highlighted is that conservation is not only within the spheres of forestry department or forest or the government agencies, but it has branched out or extended to other areas. I think this is one of the area that we should look into under the category of ECMS, etc. Okay, I think that this is a very interesting initiative. We'll relate that for more Q&A later. And next, I think I would like to invite Dr. Mark Ryan Damaraj, who is the Country Director of WCS Malaysia, to present their wildlife conservation efforts and how relevant it is to the climate change agenda. I think with that, Dr. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Fred. Could I have the slides, please? Yes. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mark Ryan Damaraj, the Country Director of WCS Malaysia. I'm just going to explain a little bit about our efforts and how I think the bigger picture of climate change needs to be integrated with trying to stop biodiversity loss. Next. A bit of an introduction on WCS. Our aims have always been revolved around trying to save wild spaces and species. And so we are spread across 14 priority ecoregions from the Arctics to Congo Basin and to Southeast Asia. Next. So closer to home, our main projects have always revolved around, like I said, mentioning in terms of trying to protect species. And in Sarawak, we have focused our work on the orangutan in and around the Batang Air Lanjak and Timau protected area. For sharks and rays, we started collecting information just to assess, how much of the species are actually being overexploited, to see if there's any need for further protection for the species. In Peninsular Malaysia, our efforts have always focused in and around the area of the Southern Forest Complex of Peninsular Malaysia. It's an area called the Endarompin landscape. And I'm going to use this landscape as the example to explain about how we need to look beyond just, climate financing, but trying to see how climate financing, nature-based solutions, and all other new initiatives that are coming up needs to be integrated to basically averting biodiversity loss. Next. I'm just going to spend a little bit more time on this map because I think this sort of sums up the main opportunity that climate financing or nature-based solutions can be looked at in terms of the climate agenda. So if you looked at the Peninsula's Malaysia map, you can see it's heavily fragmented and doesn't have much connectivity to the Southern Forest Complex. And if you zoomed in, then you would see that the green areas are just the forested areas that consist of state parks, forest reserves, forest plantations, and even indigenous communities that live in and around the area. The entire landscape is about 3,600 square kilometers, and it's an important priority areas for tigers and elephants. So again, huge opportunity for restoration, huge opportunity for connectivity and enhancing connectivity, but also acknowledging the fact that there's already a lot of work going around, going into these areas to conserve these large mammals. Next. And our work started in the Indo-European landscape in 2007, and as always anchored on trying to support existing government agencies like Forestry Department, Perlitan, as well as the Johor National Parks that basically oversees most of the work in the Johor landscape. Our work revolves around trying to reduce poaching threats as well as reducing the threat of wildlife trade. In addition, we also support in terms of carrying out tiger population monitoring, elephant presence as well in and around the areas where it's important. We also work in trying to reduce conflict between humans and elephants. And finally, underpinning all of this is basically having our outreach programs with the local indigenous communities and trying to see if they can be stewards for environment, for basically championing the cause for environment. Next. I think I thought that this is extremely relevant because we have one existing EU project. It's a 4-year project that cuts across 7 countries that aims to help us reduce this poaching threat as well as trade issue. The main activities funded in Malaysia is about training, equipping, and deploying joint patrols to detect and prevent threats to wildlife. The other aspect is how do we use intelligence to guide our patrols so that we can be more effective. And finally, we have existing wildlife crime hotlines which the public can utilize, but there's also this need to promote these hotlines. And so these are at least the main activities funded by this project. I thought it's quite relevant to our discussion here. Next. Now, this slide just shows you the extent of patrolling that we have done, and this is just these are just WCS patrols, and essentially we've deactivated 500 over snares, which means that we have saved 500 animals from being killed by snares. The map on your left is all those red lines are all the patrol coverage areas, but it just goes to show you that there's a lot of effort needed. And this is just a WCS patrol. So we've got government-led initiatives. We've got the individual agencies that are also doing the patrolling as well. If you combine all of that, it's actually it costs a lot, and it's not a cheap endeavor to do this. But that's what's required. Next. And I think I just wanted to highlight a few notable successes since 2020. I mean, we've been involved in trying to give intelligence to the department. And this has led to the arrest of one suspected tiger poacher, a person who's attempting to hunt with firearms, as well as 2 Cambodians that were found trespassing and in possession of agar wood and snares. Notably, I think the key thing I want to highlight here is that this project has been there since 2007. A lot of money has been pumped in, and I think the critical outcome is, yes, we can reduce threats, but what is the status of the species that we're trying to protect? And so for Indo-European, I can say, looking at the data, that there is a stable and increasing tiger population, whereas elsewhere in Peninsular Malaysia, there seems to be a decline. Next. I mean, this slide basically shows you in most of the wildlife conservation projects, you've got elements of protection, elements of monitoring, engaging communities, but also trying to look at connectivity. And the desired outcomes are normally exactly the same, right? Trying to basically have viable populations and being able to have a space where humans and wildlife can cohabit together. And the thing about the climate change agenda and whatever that has been talked about in the previous sessions, there seems to be a disconnect because this is a typical conservation project. But how do you then take elements of what's needed to conserve species and put it into climate financing, for example, or nature-based solutions? How do you account for that? Next. This is my last slide, Dr. Fred. So I just wanted to highlight 2 points. One is there is existing underfunding for biodiversity, and couple that with varying levels of management effectiveness at different sites, different scales. You've got a major issue in this current state. Now, it's really great that we've got climate change agenda coming, and we've got the nature-based solutions concept to try to basically add on to the gains of biodiversity conservation. But I think what's really needed is we need to look at how we're going to incorporate this aspect. That example of carrying out anti-poaching, monitoring, connecting, as well as engaging. How do you then incorporate that so that doesn't be left out as a piece in this entire pathway of us trying to move towards net zero, for example? So that shouldn't be lost, and I think that's very critical. And I mean, for biodiversity, it goes from genes to species to ecosystems. And so it's a scale sort of element that needs to be looked at. Next, I just wanted to say thank you to the EU and to the rest of the funders, and to WWF and the EU for inviting WCS to be part of this conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mark Ryan, for the interesting presentation. I think you have highlighted the challenges in terms of biodiversity conservation. I think even the forests can be protected, we can retain forests, but there's a lot more to be done in terms of protecting, even monitoring, and etc. And I think we should look on how these two could be interlinked. And I think a lot of our initiative, even in Malaysia, Heart of Borneo or Central Forest Plan, I think it has all those objectives, looking at maintaining forests at the same time protecting biodiversity. Now I think I would like to move forward to the third panelist, Mr. Delgado Rosa, who is the Director General from EU, who will be sharing with us on EU perspective on this subject matter. I think Dr. Humberto Delgado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me start by saying how pleased and honored I am to have this chance to discuss with our Malaysian friends these important topics of climate change and biodiversity. And indeed, I would like to say that, for long we have heard about climate change, biodiversity loss, etc. But now we can actually see it almost daily in the news somewhere in the world, in several formats. Others have referred to it, from flooding to forest fires, and actually forest fires do link very, very closely climate and biodiversity. In a way, we now have the ecological crisis in front of our eyes. And I'd like to say in a nutshell, what does it mean? Well, we have achieved a lot with our human development, immense advances in our human development, but we have done that at the cost of degrading the atmosphere, land and sea, which means degrading the biosphere. And guess what? We strictly depend on the biosphere and the service it provides to us. At the same time, although science and the news are showing it, likely there's still a big chunk of our citizens that don't really capture it. But I'm nowadays believing that there is quite an increasing awareness among public opinion, the youth, some businesses, regional authorities, municipalities, and indeed, I do think this explains why we in the EU now have this European Green Deal that sets the stage for a priority to addressing the ecological crisis also in a way that is indeed favorable to economic opportunities and social opportunities. But now, with this said, getting back to this link, climate change and nature, it's pretty obvious that terrestrial and marine ecosystems do play a key role for a stable climate. And we know that they together have absorbed roughly some half of the CO2 emissions that humankind has been producing. So we can easily imagine, without this crucial ecosystem service of absorbing and storing carbon, the situation would be much dire. I usually like to say we have a very wonderful technology to take out CO2 from the atmosphere, which is called photosynthesis. It was developed during millions of years of evolution, and the machines that can do it, trees, plants, have these wonderful characteristics that they self-reproduce. So this just to capture that nature is fundamental in the climate equation. Now, we are of course in danger of passing some points of no return in some critical biomes from the Amazon to the Arctic. And what we must avoid is that the emissions that are now naturally captured by nature become emissions liberated by nature. That's what we must avoid, not to add to the fact that humankind has been pumping fossil carbon in the atmosphere and we still keep doing it. So in a nutshell, nature is still our greatest ally, but we cannot keep taking for granted these services that ecosystems provide us on sequestering and storing carbon, and we do have a solution. We can put these ecosystem services back. We can protect what we have, we can restore, and we can manage sustainably, which is pretty much what European Green Deal aims at. So in this sense, let's keep in mind, first, it's an impossibility to address the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis as separate. Things are not separate. We separate them in our minds, but climate change risks becoming the top driver of biodiversity loss if left unabated, while at the same time nature buffers our societies and the economies from climate change by absorbing greenhouse gases and by helping adapt to climate change. Now, others have said before us, there's a buzzword now which is very valuable, which is nature-based solutions. They do contribute to remove carbon dioxide, to build the resilience, usually in an economic-friendly way. And at the same time, they provide other win-wins and economic services to human well-being. So it's on this mutual reinforcing of climate change and addressing climate change and addressing biodiversity loss that we have a fantastic opportunity nowadays, including by this convention, these summits coming of the Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biodiversity. And I note, for instance, that the COP26 for climate, the UK presidency aims to do it also a nature climate convention, which I find very promising. One word of caution, though, is on nature-based solutions, or indeed ecosystem-based approaches, which cater for grossly the same thing. We must be wary of using the right concepts and the right solutions. A nice example is, of course, green infrastructure in cities, where we have multiple benefits, from climate adaptation to restoration of nature in the city to climate mitigation, disaster risk reduction. But a real nature-based solution is one that protects, that serves better a variety of ecosystem services and serves better nature itself. So we need to make sure that we do not adopt or consider that whatever use of a natural component will necessarily be a nature-based solution. And for instance, of course, intensive farming or a monoculture would hardly have the wealth of ecosystem services that should be within nature-based solutions. Now, if I still have some minutes, I would like to say, I do think there's a big opportunity for negotiators in these global arenas of climate change and biodiversity nowadays. And I do think that land-based carbon sinks will become more and more a crucial component. If I would like to add on the European Green Deal, what does it mean? Well, it does bring an unprecedented political attention to climate as well as the rest of the environment, including biodiversity. But it is also an economic and social strategy, economic in the sense it bets on the opportunities and first movers advantage of being ambitious on climate and biodiversity, and a social strategy because it aims at a fair transition for all, sustaining those that need to be sustained. We do have, deriving from the Green Deal, a biodiversity strategy that I honestly think is one of the most ambitious the world has seen. We do aim to have 30% of the European land and sea protected by 2030. We have a variety of measurable targets to address the main drivers of loss that we will pursue anyway from our side within the EU. We will come still this year with a nature restoration law establishing specific targets for ecosystem restoration, particularly carbon-rich ecosystems. So I do think this package we have of Fit for 55 to reduce 55% of our emissions by 2030 requires more land-based carbon sinks within Europe, and the nature protection and restoration will certainly help towards that. So in essence, I would stop here and very pleased to engage in replying to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nabato, for the presentation. I think okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have heard from the three panelists, one from the experience on the oil palm plantation, mainstreaming conservation, and we have heard from Dr. Mark on the conservation efforts relevant to biodiversity, and how does it link to the climate change agenda. Yeah, and I think Dr. Herberto has roughly summed it up presented to us in terms of the European Green Deal, trying to look at and how this, and then emphasize on the land-based carbon sink, which is very crucial, which is also the subject matter for the panel discussion today. So, and yeah, to begin with the, while I'm waiting for question from the floor or from the audience, probably maybe I can kickstart by having maybe to ask a question to maybe to Dr. Nazlan and Mark, Dr. Mark, with regard, because there's a lot of issues or concerns raised with regard to palm oil industry, which in terms of land use, and that has resulted in massive deforestation before, or forest fires, biodiversity loss, and I think that is already in the past, and I think we need to do. Well, what are the efforts that can be taken from your perspective? Can you highlight, maybe share your perspective on what are the 3 steps that can be taken in order to enable, for example, large mammals to continue to exist in palm oil landscape, and maybe, yeah, I think maybe we can start with that question while I'm waiting for the other question from the floor. So maybe Dr. Mark, if you have to respond immediately in terms of this.
Thank you, Dr. Fred. Yeah, I recall reading that Malaysia will cap palm oil cultivation at 6.5 million hectares, where we are at the moment 5.9 million, if I'm not mistaken, so 18% of our total land area. So if I'm not sure if the climate financing can be utilized to buffer this projected expansion, but this is definitely a critical need. Avoiding further expansions is number 1, I would say. Number 2, I think that if avoidance is not able to be achieved, then how then do you minimize the impact on biodiversity? I think the placements or where this expansion takes place is very, very important to the whole biodiversity agenda. I think it's critical for us to ensure pristine and intact forest ecosystems are retained, not just for climate change or biodiversity conservation, but also to avoid future pandemics. Because like it or not, we need to factor in minimizing human-wildlife interfaces in this natural space to safeguard ourselves from future pandemics. I recall going to a plantation, a Felda scheme in Jerangau, where it was smack in the middle of the forest, and the people were having cattle, and there was no cattle management. Obviously, tigers are going to kill the cattle there, and so people suffer a lot of loss there. But you know, this is just an example to say that where plantations come up or how spatial planning is done is critical in the whole recipe of trying to figure out how we can reduce biodiversity loss, but also move forward in terms of sustainable management. The third aspect, Dato', if I may, is in relation to existing plantations. I think the Sawit Kinabalu story is nice, but we need to figure out how can that story then relate to the existing larger forested area and to the viability of particular species. So patches of land within or in and around can be identified to serve as corridors, like what has been shown. But a critical point to make here is that these corridors need to be functional and they need to enable safe passages for wildlife. And there's a critical need to use science-based assessments to identify these corridors or linkages. And to make it safe, you need to make sure that other threats such as poaching are eliminated. So there's no point just creating a corridor, but then the other aspects not taken into account. So these are my top three suggestions, Dato', if you want to look into how to minimize sort of the impact, but also to try some biodiversity gains. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the 3 steps. I think you have addressed in terms of having to the importance of protecting an area, at the same time looking at what are the initiatives in order to make sure that there's no threats to the biodiversity itself. So maybe from the point of Nazlan, what are the 3 steps maybe that from your experiences? Because in Sabah we have expanded the conservation not only within protected areas of forest reserve, but we are looking into other landscape, oil palm, or maybe community lands. I think that the EU RED project in Kinabatangan is one model, I would say, trying to look at connectivity, trying to look at business, private sector participation, etc., etc. So from your experience, your involvement in EU RED project, what are the 3 steps that you can recommend?
Yep, thank you, Dato'. Not only on the EU RED Plus project, I mean, there's a lot of happening in Sabah currently. And we have this jurisdictional certification or jurisdictional approach of RXPO certification. I guess step 1 will be, we already have for oil palm plantation, we already have a mandatory certification, which is the MSPO. And on top of that, Sabah has our own jurisdictional approach, RSPO. So with this certification, that very much can cap everything. I mean, for a company like us, we need to have a good intention to set aside certain areas and conservation area. But with certification, that makes you a mandatory. I mean, everybody needs to actually contribute it. So number 1, step 1, certification would help, and that will come with good intention, and policies, SOP will follow on, and awareness. With certification, we need to give an awareness to our workers and also the stakeholders, the community, like the EU RED Plus project. That's what we did. We engaged with all the stakeholders and whatnot. And number 2 will be step 2 will be, I think we need to have a baseline studies of all these areas, like what we did. We need to all these infos, like if you focus on mammals, for instance, if you want to protect mammals like the elephant or even the orangutan, which is we know that orangutan is very discreet in nature. It's been in our oil palm plantation for years, and even then we never noticed that there are actually orangutan surviving in our oil palm plantation until we bring in the experts, and the experts go and shows them where is the nest, and we were so surprised that actually the orangutan can survive within the oil palm plantation. So with all this baseline, we have the information, and step 3 will be maybe we create an action plan, just similar to what we did. We create an action plan. We call it conservation area management plan. That's basically to convert all the information into actions. And I forgot maybe one key steps just like Dr. Mark is saying, we need fun. And this project, we need a lot of fun. We've been doing this since 2004, and we've been spending a lot. Just for comparison's sake, for this area, 2,000 hectares, if we actually planted an oil palm, we can actually earn at least 10 million of ringgit minimum in a year. And but when we conserve them, we actually contribute more. So I'm asking for a lot of fun. Maybe the government can help us, and maybe any NGOs wanted to help us and help Sabah, please, and so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you, Nazlan. I think the price is good for you to cover all. Anyhow, I mean, I mean, the conservation initiative nowadays, I think it's moving towards that approach. For example, addressing climate change, making sure area are protected, at the same time looking at biodiversity. And then I think not to forget the elements of community involvement. Yeah, yes. I think this is. So I would like to maybe end this plenary discussion by having by posing Mr. Hambata a question with regard to the EU Green Deal and other EU initiative. How will that support? What sort of support or cooperation in counterparts in Malaysia? I mean, after hearing the three steps that has been highlighted by our counterparts in WCS or from Sawit Kinabalu, maybe we will hear a bit from Mr. Delgado, Dr. Delgado, about the EU Green Deal.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, the Green Deal does not prompt a specific fund, but it does influence all our policies, including the way we use funding, including the way we use funding in developed cooperation. So for sure, climate and biodiversity will become more and more a crucial component of how we fund development cooperation. By the way, recently, our president of the Commission has announced that we will actually double the funding for biodiversity, also keeping in mind that, and we have heard that in the presentations by the speakers, the funding for biodiversity is needed, including in the context of the Convention of Biological Diversity. To give an example of this influence of the Green Deal, we already had, before the Green Deal, we had a climate target for our funds. For the next wave of EU funds, we have reinforced the climate target, but now we also have a biodiversity target. So we mean a minimum of X expenditure must go for biodiversity. So I think this opens up way for a lot of cooperation. Also, this virtuous link between climate finance and biodiversity finance, because a good chunk of it delivers for both, and that's actually the good investments and the good project we should do. But let me just add, I'm also very keen on learning together with Malaysia, how can we best protect, how can we best restore, or how can we best do forestry. For instance, I was impressed recently on visiting in a couple of countries in the EU, approaches to what's called closer to nature forestry, which was kicked in from economic interests, meaning that having a more tree per tree approach to forestry, you get less costs and more benefits. So pure economic arguments that also bring a positive ecological comments. And of course, we will also come, and that was also announced in the Green Deal, approaches to avoid that we would in the EU, through our consumption, being promoting deforestation, be it outside the EU or internally to the EU. That's something we also want to learn and cooperate towards avoiding deforestation and forest degradation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Humberto, for the clarification. I think time is running out for this session. I was alerted. But there are several more questions. Probably, maybe I would recommend to the Secretariat maybe to deliver, maybe hand over the question to the respective panelists and to answer. Yeah, I think now it's already 6 p.m. or maybe in the evening or maybe morning on the other side. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists for the presentation and having to deliver a very interesting perspective their perspective on how to retain on the subject matter, which is retaining carbon sink and restoring, and then what are the link to the biodiversity conservation. I think one of the common things that I can observe here is that all are in agreement that we would look at land-based carbon sink protection, which is on forests. If we look at protecting forests, then we will have to look at. I think protecting forests will kill two birds with one stone. One on climate change, addressing climate issues, at the same time biodiversity. But then again, I think this is not a cheap endeavor. I think there's a lot of things that need to be done. I think there's still a lot need to be supported. And I think we look forward for better cooperation, even with the EU, in terms of the EU Green Deal, and see what can be done. Well, we can, based on the existing EU project, I think there will be continuation to that, hopefully. What more? I think there's still a lot more to be done in other landscape, not only within that, for example, certain project area, but there are a lot more areas within Sabah or even Sarawak or Malaysia, where hopefully projects that can be initiated. So I think with that, I would like to close this panel discussion with a word of thanks to the organizer for having entrusted me to chair this, to moderate this session, and hopefully that few lessons learned could be brought forward to Glasgow or even to Kunming at the later stage. So with that, I hand over back to our MC Laili for the next. Thank you to all our panelists for the interesting presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Frederick, for moderating yet another informative session on the importance of carbon sink in combating biodiversity loss. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform you that the recording of this virtual conference will be available on WWF Malaysia's YouTube channel. All right, so we're due for another break. As you leave, please take a few seconds to answer the survey question, yeah? So see you all at about 6:03, 6:02. Thank you so much, everyone. See you. Welcome back to the third and final panel session. The session is going to be about sustainable cities. Combating climate change requires the whole of society approach. Urban citizens play a crucial role because the highest rate of carbon emission comes from urban areas. We use the highest amount of energy and produce the greatest amount of waste through our lifestyle. Hopefully the session will inspire us towards creating a circular economy within our cities. Our moderator is going to be Mr. Pablo Gandara, Team Leader for International Urban and Regional Cooperation IURC Asia Australasia. Mr. Pablo has over 15 years of management experience in international projects focusing on climate change, green smart cities and innovation. His work experience covers all over the world from Europe to Asia and from Africa to Latin America. Mr. Pablo, once again, you have 45 minutes to moderate the session, including the polling question and the Q&A session. We will remind you of the remaining time towards the end of the session as usual. Mr. Pablo, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much for this short introduction. We start straightforward. We'll keep it short, 45 minutes in total, and so 5 minutes for me to set the scene briefly. So if you can share the slide, please, that has been prepared for that. The slide is not there yet. It's coming, I think, over there. Yeah, right. So can you please go to the next one? So I will, the speakers are, I think, here in the slide. We will start with a presentation by Carlos Mendes from Maya, sorry. Yeah, over there. From Portugal, we're going to then give the floor to Datuk Ismail Ibrahim from Iskandar Regional Development Authority in Malaysia, regional champion, actually a global champion of climate action. And we're going to have the chance then afterwards also to speak with two colleagues from the two EU projects implemented now to support these areas, this cooperation of cities, and also a video which has been pre-recorded by the mayor of Sebaran Padang, Datuk Mohammed. So let's go ahead, please. I will set the scene within 4 minutes. So very brief, this is our program. I'm not going to go very deep on that. We're a global program of the European Union implemented in the Americas and in Asia. And we support city-to-city cooperation in different areas of sustainable urban development and, of course, climate action. Next one, please. Linear to circular economy. The shift, we all know that, of course. This is what we're going to deal today. We're going to focus on cities. Next slide, please. We all know probably the circular economy diagram, the so-called butterfly diagram, explaining why it is important, so to say, not to rely on the last loop, which you can see over there on the right-hand side on this technical cycle, which is the recycling, but also to act much more in advance and to learn also from the natural cycle, which you can see in the left-hand side. Next one, please. Why do we have to do that? Well, the key drivers are quite clear. The society has changed. On the one hand side, we have, of course, everything related to climate action, climate change, and which has been mentioned before by the speakers and the other panels, for example, the floods in Europe this year, but also in Asia. But also, of course, the issue that in the economic side, we have technology as a disruptor. We have IoT, we have artificial intelligence chances to basically to really act and make a difference here. And from the social perspective, we have completely different social citizens' expectations. Citizens are well educated nowadays. They are really exposed to social media. They take care of plastics packaging and they vote either in elections or by buying sustainable products. Next one, please. The EU Green Deal has been mentioned before. I think it's important to remember that it's not a specific fund, but rather a strategy, an initiative, and that will be implemented by several programs. But of course, we as EU project, we are also contributing to fulfilling this. Next one, please. Cities and circular economy. Why it is so important? I think it's quite evident. We all know that most of the citizens of the world live in cities, and the biggest impact can be done while reducing CO2 emissions if we achieve that in cities. So with regard to circular economy, there are three main principles. Basically, circular cities by design, designing waste and pollution out of the cities. Then also if we keep the materials in use and keep the value, and if we do also regenerate natural systems. This has been provided by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which is, as you know, a global pioneer on circular economy. Next one, please. I think the important mental shift is that we need to move from being regulators as in the cities to enablers. And basically, there are different areas which municipalities and cities can play a very important role. There you find few of them, but I think it's important that the issue, for example, of sharing instead of owing, it's a very important one. Next one. There is, of course, a business case also for this. The business case has been mentioned also in the other panels, but as you can see over there, job creation, of course, and there also, we see on the right-hand side, these pictures are from Galle Mortensen, a company in Copenhagen, which has been awarded with the Eco Innovation Prize. And it's about basically reusing bricks from demolition sites. Next one, please. And we have a lot of online resources and tools for cities. From the EU side, you can see those ones. Next one, please. Next one, please. Yeah, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, as you can see over there, of course, with a very specific approach and site for cities. Next one, please. There is also the Circle City Scan tool, quite interesting, has been introduced in our project last year. Next one, please. Also, the Sharing Cities Action, quite a large network of cities working on sharing cities and achieving circular economy solutions. And next one, please. So the good news basically is that there is a lot of movement in the cities, a lot of commitment, and I look forward now to having our panel. So this is the end of my presentation. And I would like now to give the floor to Carlos Mendes, Director General from Maia Municipality in Portugal, to introduce us his views. Thank you very much. Carlos, I'm sorry, you're muted, I think. Can we have the presentation by Carlos, by the way, colleagues?
Thank you. Good morning for you all from Portugal. By the moment, it's 11:09 here. I will start to thank the organization for the invitation. My presentation will be focused on our job here at Maia Ambiente. Next slide, please. Well, Maia is a municipality in the north of Portugal with 136,000 inhabitants. We have 65,000 production points of waste, meaning 65,000 of houses and companies. The municipality has around 82 square kilometers and around 610 streets in kilometers. Our main job is municipal solid waste management and also public cleaning. From this side, we have 35,000 collection points. We collect around 130,000 bins. And in 2020, we collected around 65,000 tons of municipal solid waste. Next. Well, I prepared this presentation with 7 challenges for 7 minutes. We'll be running fast and I will be able to answer any question at the end. Well, first challenge. We conclude that door-to-door is the solution to have a more perfect recycling rate. So we started to collect paper, packaging and glass since the beginning of the century. And with this project, meaning eco center at home, and we collect in houses, in buildings, in businesses, in public services. We use wheeled bins. We use wheeled bins with RFID technology for data collection. With this, we lower the frequency. We can do routing. We improve street cleaning, and we have higher safety for the employers because they don't touch the waste. Next slide, please. The other challenge is how to improve recycling. Well, there is so many frames of recycling materials. I have here a few. in Maya we collect 29 different materials separately. The solution for this problem was improved with a project named Eco Center. We have 5 plants in the municipality. They are open every day, and they are open for either residents and businesses. From 2 years ago, or since 2 years ago, we also collect hazardous waste produced at home, like, as you see, contaminated packaging, batteries, lamps, cartridge, and so on. Next slide. Well, another challenge is how to improve on-demand services, because we have a few streams of waste that we collect door to door with a calendar, but there is another kind of waste that people want to be collected, but with no previous scheduling. So we improved this project, which is the translation is online services. We collect bulky garden and electric and electronic waste from houses, and paper, glass, and plastic from commercial sites. The service can be requested either with the website, also with an app we developed for the purpose. Can be done by phone, by front office, and the people who ask this service have at the same time the answer with a time where the service will be done. So it worked very, very, very well. Next slide. Fourth challenge is how to be more fair in the tax scheme. By the moment, in all Portugal, people pay the waste they produce according to the water they consume. There is not a direct relation. So we improved this project. It's a pay-as-you-throw project. It's supported on the data collected with the RFID on the bins, and people pay just for the bins with the rest fraction they produce. All the rest, paper, plastic, and glass, are collected by free. With this, we improved justice, as I said, also transparency, because every client can access with a client area and see his own profile as a waste producer. This is the first project in Portugal, and is not so common in Europe with this configuration. So it's by the moment, it's our main project. Next slide. Another big problem is the bio-waste. Bio-waste is the main fraction in the municipal solid waste. We started collecting this on restaurants some years ago, but at the moment we are also collecting this kind of waste at houses and buildings. We hope till 2023 every resident will have a solution of bio-waste door-to-door collection. Well, the treatment is in a composting plant, and we also complement this project with domestic composters and urban farming. Next slide, please. Well, as I said, a small part of municipal solid waste are hazardous waste. If this kind of waste are not collected separately, it will end in a landfill. So we started this project, meaning mobile eco center is a metal box with small entries that circulates around the municipality in predefined days, and people can deliver these different materials, like I said, contaminated packaging, batteries, accumulators, lamps, and so on. There is a traveling calendar we announce, and the amount of the quantities are improved every day. Next slide, please. And the seventh and last challenge is around the emissions. We call it drive carbon neutral. With this project, we are converting our fleet from other different sources of energy, renewable in some cases, alternative in other cases, like go back to natural gas. By the moment, 50% of the fleet is yet with this kind of energy source. And all the rest, all the energy, all the fuel we consume from fossil origin are 100% compensated with an agreement we made with, let's say, the supplier of fuel. And that's it. 7 challenges for 7 minutes. And this is an overview of the way we are organized internally. We have an integrated management system focused on a platform that exchange information with the bins, with the trucks, with the citizens, with the municipality itself, with the waste companies that work for us, with the companies that are responsible for the treatment. We have an incineration plant nearby, also a composting plant, and a treeing facilities also. So with this, we achieve by the moment around 50% of recycling rate, which is very different from the 9% I saw on the presentation the organization sent to me before. So I think it's projects that can be replicated everywhere in the world. So thank you all.
For this very, very interesting presentation, very practical. I think the challenges to solutions straightforward and quite representative, I think, for European cities, which are mostly middle-sized cities like your city in Portugal, like the beautiful city of Maya, which we look forward to supporting the cooperation with Malaysia, as we will see in a few moments. So we hand over here to Datuk Ibrahim, as I just mentioned before. Datuk Ibrahim, I won't take more time, just to mention that Iskandar Malaysia has been so kind to host several events of the EU in the past, in the recent past, and has supported that globally. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are able to hear me well. I would like to, first of all, thank the organizer for inviting me, and especially to share the experience of Iskandar Malaysia in dealing with the environment, hence the climate issues. Now, let me begin by way of introducing Iskandar Malaysia. 15 years ago, when the government decided to establish an economic region, we had in mind already at that time that whilst we want to see economic growth happening in this region, we must also pay heed to issues relating to environment. So, as our vision aptly said, that this region is to be a strong, sustainable metropolis of international standings. Next slide, please. So, our area is blessed by the fact that we've got 3 cities now, where we've got 2 municipal townships, as well as urban and semi-urban areas. I think this works well if you want to look at climatic issues or environmental issues from a bigger perspective, so that we'll be able, as rightly mentioned just now, not only to create an authority that regulates, but an authority that enables for things to be shared instead of just owning those things. Next. Now, by way of delivering, we have definitely established several institutions, several committees, And we are happy to note that at some early stage and until this very day, we not only talk about planning for the region, but also to promote this region, not only from economic perspective, but also from environment perspective, and to facilitate economic growth as well as social inclusiveness. Next slide, please. Now, we are guided by this plan, which we call the Comprehensive Development Plan. Now, in this plan, it further recognizes that economic growth cannot be on its own. It has to be hand in hand with what we term as the holistic ecosystem, about wealth sharing, inclusiveness, and resource optimization, and low carbon, definitely. So here, it tells us that economic growth alone cannot be a measure of the true growth and the true performance of any region or any city, for that matter. That's why we uphold the principle of holistic ecosystem that would chart the growth of this particular region. Next slide, please. Now, our journey on low carbon began very early after the establishment of Iskandar Malaysia. Back in 2009, Malaysia has declared its commitment to a voluntary reduction of up to 40% in terms of emission intensity of GDP. Now, later in Doha of 2012, we launched our low carbon society blueprint for Iskandar Malaysia for the year up to 2025. And again, in COP21, we further reaffirmed that commitment, and the fact that Malaysia again renewed its reduction commitment of up to 45% in terms of emission growth. So what I'm trying to say here is that Iskandar Malaysia works hand in hand with the framework of the government policy of the day, and we have been striving to ensure that we are not only talking about it, but we are delivering it through the various programs that we have put in place. Next slide, please. Now, in charting the Iskandar Malaysia's low carbon and sustainable development, as I mentioned earlier, we've been able to produce several blueprints and getting the coordination of the various authorities, including the local authorities, to identify projects that are worthy to be delivered and to share those projects with other authorities within the Iskandar region. And along the way, of course, we gain recognition, not only from a national perspective, but also from the international agencies, including the United Nations and the World Bank, so on and so forth. Now, next slide, please. Now, as I mentioned earlier, environmental concerns must go hand in hand with economic growth. So when we identify programs or projects, it matches very well with the things that we want to see happening within this region. So from things like public transportation, to housing, to tourism, which is a sector that we are promoting, to river monitoring, flood control, as well as cleaning of river, treatment plants, they are all having inputs relating to how can we, through these projects, able to protect the environment and to adhere to the low carbon blueprint that we have actually charted. Next slide, please. And along the way, I must recognize here that we have been given recognition by several international bodies, which I'm showing on the slide, including UK Foreign Office, C4All, OCDC, not only in terms of recognition, but to work together with these agencies through several assistance in the form of funds and experts to work side by side with Iskandar Malaysia. Now, next slide, please. Apart from low carbon, we also embark on this, what we term as smart sustainable cities. This again is another area which I think familiar to all of us. And we have actually put smart city as one of the pillars where we would be able to work hand in hand with low carbon, urban observatory, and many other initiatives that we want to see Iskandar grow towards maturity. And finally, next slide, please. We also pay respect to the natural assets and the environment, where we continue to protect these assets that have been in Iskandar Malaysia for many generations. So whilst we embark on new projects and new economic development, we shall continue to protect natural assets. Finally, next slide. Just in conclusion, our commitment, as mentioned on the illustration on the slide, we will continue to reduce emission intensity by 58% by 2025, and we serve low carbon hub where we offer a platform for green programs, implementation and collaboration. And definitely we will continue to enhance climate awareness by working very closely with other agencies, local as well as international. But we will not stop there. We shall explore and collaborate with all the other international partners in establishing and positioning Iskandar Malaysia as one of the global region that has been able to successfully adopt climate change as well as the protection for the environment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much again, Datuk Ibrahim, for this very interesting presentation. The overall holistic approach, as you mentioned, where economic growth is just one among several factors, for the development of the city, of the development of the area. And I think the vertical integration of climate action, the cooperation with the national level is quite important. And as just noted before, Iskandar Malaysia has been well recognized for being a pioneer on low carbon with the blueprint you just mentioned, but also on the circular economy area. And maybe we can go a little bit deeper in that during the discussion. I will just take the chance now to pose a question which we have prepared for the audience, for those who are participating, who are joining us via Zoom. And there is a question that I would please ask the colleagues from the IT to put there, which means, when considering a city's infrastructure needs, which sectors would you say are the priority sectors for sustainable or for sustainability initiatives? And you can choose up to 2 sectors. A, construction and buildings. B, waste management. C, finance. D, transportation. E, power generation. Or F, others. So please vote for that, and we will come back to the results of this voting during the discussion time. I'm going to move forward now to our colleagues from the programs. To start, I think, with Jacqueline. Jacqueline, if you're there. Jacqueline is coordinating the IURC project in Malaysia. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Following from the 2 city experts, the International Urban Regional Cooperation Program, better known as IURC in short, is the European Union's global network of sustainable cities and regions working innovatively together at a global scale. In Malaysia, we are promoting decentralized multi-city cooperation, sustainable urban development, and building partnerships between EU and Malaysia cities. Next slide, please. The IURC selection process identified 3 Malaysian pilot cities as shown on the screen: Malacca, Georgetown, and Seberang Perai in Penang. Next slide, please. On the EU side, 3 pilot cities in Portugal, Exo Atlantico, Maya Municipality, Vila Nova Famalicão, and 1 pilot city, Novo Secundario in Molesse, Bologna, Italy, has been identified to collaborate with the 3 Malaysian cities. Next slide, please. This continued collaboration between Malaysia and EU cities was a result of the successful completion of the IUC Asia Phase 1 program in 2020, where 3 stakeholder consultations were carried out with 100 EU and Malaysia experts and national stakeholders. Next slide, please. After much deliberation and several concept notes, a blueprint for circular cities was developed with a matrix to assist in its implementation, coupled with circular economy financing tools where key actors along the value chain were identified to be engaged. Next slide, please. For the next 3 years, both EU and Malaysia counterparts will be enabled to implement pilot projects in 3 global thematic areas. Green Deal, focusing on circular economy, waste management, and nature-based solutions. urban renewal and social cohesion, such as urban planning, mobility, and transport. And finally, on innovative, sustainable, and carbon neutral ecosystems in strategic sectors where Malaysian cities have opportunities to explore solutions on tourism and culture and strengthening education, jobs, and skills. Next slide, please. This is the current timeline of the program in Malaysia. And as you can see on the screen, this year we are already in the last quarter, focusing on thematic webinars, city-to-city coaching, and identifying pilot actions. My final slide, please. Thank you so much to the EU delegation to Malaysia and WWF Malaysia team for this kind invitation. I will now invite Ms. Asi Budiati, team leader of Global Covenant of Mayors, to share more with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. And it goes, of course, without saying that also for Iskandar Malaysia, we count on you as our partner in this program, but more on that maybe during the discussion. So please, Asi, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Can I have my slide, please? First of all, I would like to say thank you to European Union and WWF Malaysia for inviting me to participate in this event. Yes, next slide, please. So about GCOM, GCOM is, so I'm the team leader of GCOM Asia, which is a chapter of GCOM Global, is an alliance of cities and local government around the world that is working towards tackling climate change. So the implementation of GCOM in Asia is supported by the European Union. Currently, we are working in 8 different countries in Asia. So this is our location. We are working in Japan, Korea, China, including also Southeast Asia and South Asia. The Secretariat for Southeast Asia is located in Jakarta. We also work with cities in Malaysia. In Malaysia, our technical support is UTM, University Technology Malaysia, supported also with the Cities Association Mala and of course the EU delegation in Malaysia. Next slide, please. I will just go straight to our focus project in Southeast Asia, in this case, including Malaysia. So we will train Malaysian cities, 20 Malaysian cities to calculate the GHG inventory. We also will assist 20 Malaysian cities to do a climate risk and vulnerability assessment. The plan is we will start to do this training in January or February 2022, and then the following until development of the climate action plan by October 2022. And then other than providing technical assistance to Malaysian cities, we also will support Malaysian cities in try to link them with the financial institution. In this case, that we will try to get for Malaysia 2 or 3 innovative actions that we could try to link with the international financial institutions such as DCF, GEPFA, or other local or international financial institution. Next slide, please. Maybe I should share a bit about what we did last time in GCOM phase 1. So previously we have support development of climate action plan for 4 Malaysian cities, which is Muar, Penampang, Hang Tuah Jaya, and Tawau. Through the support from GCOM, we are offering a technical support to help Malaysian cities towards achievement of the sustainable cities. We organize transfer and exchange knowledge by promoting the use of green technology and green efficiency. that can help Malaysian cities to achieve the carbon intensity target by 2023. So some of the example of the topic that is selected by those 4 pilot cities earlier is sustainable energy and green industry, shifting to green economy. So that type of theme-based actions that we support for the cities and then link them with the financial institution. Now the last slide this is our timeline. Currently we are in the process for selection of the next 4 pilot cities, and we hope that we could develop a new climate action plan and then promote them in Seoul in October. Well, not only Malaysian cities will present, but also pilot cities from 7 different countries will present, from Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Beijing, China, Japan, and India. I think that's all from me. Pablo, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Asi. And yes, as rightly mentioned, global coalition of cities working towards climate change. Iskandar, Malaysia, by the way, the city being the first Malaysian city to join this activities action back in 2018, as I well remember. But also in the meantime, with very strong support from other cities from Malaysia, which is very encouraging, like Seberang Perai. And Seberang Perai is our next guest. Seberang Perai has also hosted a training event of the EU dealing with climate action back in October 2019. And I'm very happy to give Datuk Rosali Mohamud, the mayor of Seberang Perai, the chance to introduce us to carbon action, low carbon development and circular economy in Seberang Perai. So please, the video.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you to the Honorable Chairman, Mr. Pablo Gandara, Team Leader International Urban and Regional Cooperation Asia and Australasia. Yang Amat Mulia Tuanku Ali Ridauddin, Chairman of WWF Malaysia, His Excellencies Michaelis Rokas, Ambassador of the Delegation, European Union in Malaysia, Right Honourable Senator Tengku Datuk Sri Zafrul Aziz, Minister of Finance Malaysia, Yang Bahagia Datuk Zurinah Pawante, Secretary General Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources Malaysia. It is an honour and privilege for me to be in this virtual conference organised by WWF Malaysia and International Urban Regional Cooperation, or IURC, a program of European Union. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, pandemic COVID-19 forced city mayors and urban dwellers to come up with urban solutions that will make life better and more prepared for the crisis. We are aspiring to create greener spaces in the urban areas, improve connectivity, reduce congestion, be more adaptive and smarter with technology. In addition, City Council has to allow flexible working hours, cultivate positive employees' perception on new normal, and strengthening economic resilience to remain competitive. MBSP has set a guiding principle which spells City for All and making it a pupil-centric organization. The process of community engagement allowed marginalized groups be given equal chance to participate and be a partnership for the goal. As such, human capital from within City Council and community will play a significant role for the successful implementation of all programs such as Circular Economy and Digital Economy Action Plan. Seberang Perai City Council embraced informal learning to build up strong human capital for the implementation of all city policies and programs. At Seberang Perai, dissemination of projects and policies were done in 3 different ways: dissemination for awareness, dissemination for understanding, and dissemination for action. The strategies towards circular economy in the development of sustainable cities the Seberang Perai has documented clear strategic direction. Suramprai has a clear community vision, aspiring to be a city that is resilient, inclusive, green, competitive, and technology-driven smart city. The outcome from this vision that can be expected by the people is the transformation of Suramprai into a smart, sustainable city by 2030 that is carbon neutral. In order to achieve Suramprai community vision, new corporate targets have been set, making Suramprai a low carbon city by 2022 through 50% reduction of carbon emission, from 8 ton carbon dioxide equivalent to 4 ton carbon dioxide equivalent, and reduction of waste generation by 50%, from 1.6 kilo per person per day to 0.8 kilo per person per day. In addition, Suramprai is also striving towards becoming a carbon neutral by 2030 and become a zero carbon city by 2050. MBSP is also committed and pledged to work with other cities and countries in the world in addressing climate change and keep global warming 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial level. Second, enabling business and industrial sectors to reduce carbon emission. Instead of conventional linear economic model, take, make and dispose, Suramprai City Council moving towards circular economy and digital economy that improve the efficiency of urban and rural operation. Therefore, MBSP has immediately declared the circular economy and digital economy as the focus of economic development in Suramprai during and post COVID-19. Suramprai City Council has rolled out the circular economy roadmap on 19 September 2020, 6 months after movement control order was imposed by Malaysia federal government. Subsequently, Suramprai Circular Economy Action Plan was successfully launched on 2nd October 2021 and followed by 2022 city budget, which emphasized on circular economy and digital economy. The circular economy initiative offered to solve problems and not to shift problems or negatively impact other environment or social dimension. The concept of net positive impact or NPI simply means putting resources back into the environment or society rather than take it out, with resulting positive corporate carbon footprint. A circular economy can help Suramprai to recover from COVID-19 pandemic, while the spillover activities will create domino effect in carbon reduction. To drive impact and action, it is essential to provide stakeholders with knowledge, incentive, and alternative model. This process can start from the very beginning of the product's life cycle, with smart product design and production processes to help save resources, avoid inefficient waste management, and create new business opportunities. Policymakers, companies, and civil society need to work together to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. Suramprai has taken an integrated approach to encourage waste separation, focusing on 4 factors that underpin success: economic incentive, customized facilities, engaging communication, and legal enforcement. Third, enabling society to reduce carbon emission. Suramprai announced 20-minute neighborhood where the needs of the residents, such as housing, offices, restaurants, parks, hospital, recreational places, and cultural places, can be accessed within 20 minutes walking or cycling. Bandar Perda was chosen as a pioneer, and district mosque has been identified as the nerve center of activity. In addition, Suramprai plans to create another 6 20-minute neighborhood before 2030, where business centers, recreational parks, and mosques will be the nerve center of the activity. Suramprai will have 7 CBDs before 2030, where one can shuttle between them in 20 minutes through public transport. The first and the last mile are essential part of daily commute. Bus, rail, and metro services often cover the main part of trips to and from work, but people still need to first walk, drive, or use another way to get to and from the nearest station or stop. Subang Prai City Council will facilitate access to public transport system by creating urban spaces that are well connected, walking and cycling to and from hubs and stop easier and more pleasant. Shifting to walking, cycling, and public transport will have domino effect in carbon reduction and key to sustainable urban transport. Fourth, policy framework on decarbonization technologies. Electricity supply is one of the biggest carbon dioxide emitters globally. To keep global warming well below 2 degrees Celsius, renewable energy, LED street lamps, electric vehicle will be mainstream in Subang Prai within 10 years from 2020. Subang Prai has given fast-track approval as an incentive for development, which 15% energy derived from renewable energy. City Council premises take the lead. Her headquarters in Bandar Perda, branch offices and sport complexes were installed with solar panel to supply at least 15% of energy needed by the building. All new development are compulsory to use LED street lamp. Conventional SON street lamp will be replaced gradually. Subang Prai City Council has replaced 27,167 SON street lamp with LED, which costed RM 33.4 million, and plan to replace 14,000 street lamp with LED in 2022. Finally, the outcome. Subang Prai's recycling rate increased to 55.9%, highest in Malaysia. Domestic waste was reduced from 263,989 tons in 2019 to 245,770 tons in 2020. Average 15,000 trees were planted annually. Per capita carbon emission was reduced to 6.31 ton carbon dioxide equivalent in 2020 compared to 8 ton carbon dioxide equivalent in 2016. A reduction of 21.62% or 4.32% annually. Reduction of carbon emission per capita during MCO was 8.2% in 2020 compared to 2019. Cumulative reduction in carbon emission from 2016 to 2020 was 14.25 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent. We have localizing the SDGs and making aspiration of the SDGs become real to communities, household, and individual. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much remotely to Datuk Muhammad for a very impressive also presentation with the different new KPIs, quite ambitious, I have to say. Also the enabling conditions for businesses, the interesting approach to a 20 minutes neighborhood, which very similar, I think, to the 15-minute city concept that we know from other areas, as well as to recycling. Impressive also the circular economy action plan that was just dispatched. Now we have some time for discussion, and since we have still Datuk Ibrahim over here, I would first of all please ask you, Datuk Ibrahim, one question which is in the framework of the COVID-19 situation, and it relates to basically to whether you have felt in the city of Iskandar, Malaysia, in the different cities of the administrative area, a very strong, a very big challenge due to more plastics, more packaging, more medical kits on the road, and also whether you have, how have you dealt with this? Do you have higher amounts of waste also because of that? And how do you think that you can get out of that?
Thank you, Pablo. Definitely, this pandemic have hit us quite hard. And globally, this is also affect cities around the world. nations, no doubt. So we have observed over the last 1 year or so, definitely some of these figures have actually improved very much in line with what we have actually planned. But this is not really a good indicator, because all of this indicator is very much due to the fact that there is a slowdown in transportation, in industry, in a day-to-day activity. So, but we are taking advantage of that in the sense that we had been going around and instill awareness from amongst the consumer, as well as the industrial player, as well as people in business, to be more aware of efforts towards having a much more environmentally safe city, as well as the region. So as far as we're concerned, from a smart city, from low carbon perspective, we have been in touch, and we have been continuing with our effort in the one. I cite an example. We have now been working with an international agency on matters relating to plastic, because we know that plastic is one of the promoted so-called secondary raw materials, but we need to reuse them in the industrial operation and production. So now we see, whilst the economy continues to grow, but it will grow hand in hand with initiative to reduce solid waste ending up, which otherwise will end up in the landfill. Yes, definitely, we have been embarking on several key directives and initiatives that we have been identified all these years to guide the implementation of the green economy here in Iskandar, Malaysia. Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. Maybe we move forward now to Europe, back to Europe, to Portugal, to Carlos and the Municipality of Maya, the agency there. Carlos, I mentioned the issue of the citizens' expectations as one of the factors, of the triggering factors for this push towards circular solutions. How do you feel the citizens' pressure in a day-to-day? Have you felt that in, let's say, in elections, let's say in a different approach or pressure towards decision makers or technicians like you?
Thank you, Pablo. As I mentioned during the presentation, we are a medium-sized city, and our main job is related with waste management. Every year we do an inquiry to all the citizens, asking for their principal purposes, their principal needs, their principal objectives. And each time we implement a project, we monitorize the results and we ask them if everything is going okay. So I think the main strategy is to keep in touch with the people and let's say valorize their opinion in comparing with the state of the art. By the moment, we can say that every time we start a project, we start with a pilot, and we involve either let's say the kids, also the parents, and in the middle time the companies, to test these projects, these pilot projects, and if they are approved, we spread it around the municipality. That's what we have done since the beginning of this century, 20 years ago, and I think it's the better approach. Starting with a pilot, test the pilot, get the feedback from the users, and then adapt and implement around the municipality. We are in the middle from, let's say, the waste producers and the recycling companies. So our job is to get as much as we can the waste separated at the source and deliver to the industry as much as we can good quality of, let's say, raw materials for reuse or recycle.
Thank you very, very much, Carlos. And I think you have indeed achieved this. These pilot projects have lead basically then to these results like Ecocentros and the other ones you just mentioned. Maybe just we go back to Malaysia. Asi, can you please tell us a little bit of the results of your cooperation, for example, with both Sebarang Parai, but also with Iskandar, and how will your program, the GCOM, keep on working with these cities?
Yes, thank you, Pablo. Yes, thank you very much. So the work with Sebarang Parai and Iskandar, Malaysia is, well, we help them to try to achieve their target. So by providing knowledge and then organized transfer knowledge between European and Malaysian cities. So one of the activities that we would like to promote in this phase is that we want to increase awareness on circular economy, because there's a good question here that one of the audience here raised a question, then I think that this is also related with Sebarang Parai, Iskandar, Malaysia, and also in general Malaysian cities and Asian cities, how to increase awareness and then commitment for citizens in segregation of waste to promote a circular economy. So one of the thinking that we are thinking is the reason why maybe we don't really have a high commitment or high rates in segregation of the waste is because community, they don't really have good understanding of the benefit of the circular economy. And that is what we want to propose for collaboration with Sebarang Parai and Iskandar, Malaysia in this space. And I had also a discussion with UTM, our technical partner, that one possible cities that we would like to choose as a pilot for the second phase is actually Iskandar, Malaysia. So this is really a good opportunity to have Datu Ismail here, that maybe we could finalize the discussion and then for having Iskandar, Malaysia as one of our pilot for the second phase of the project.
Thank you very much, Asi. I note some positive attitudes from Dr. Ibrahim on that. Dr. Ibrahim, would you like to say a few words about that, your experience with the GCOM?
Thank you. This is what we've been doing all this while. Is we have to admit the fact that we do not have the knowledge, we do not have the expertise. Yet we are of dire need to make sure that as cities grow and as the region grow, we are very much within the global framework of things in dealing with the environment. And we welcome very much this effort for the furtherance of our relationship in terms of dealing with certain aspects of the environment, while we continue to experience and to see this kind of Malaysia growing as a region. Definitely that will be competitive from a global perspective. And thank you again for the cooperation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, from our side, I think, from Asi's side as well. Jacqueline, yes. Coming back to you, I'm sorry, Jacqueline, coming back to you briefly, we just have a few minutes left, but basically, can you tell us a little bit what in concrete do you want to achieve in this cooperation between the cities that you saw there, and how maybe you can capitalize on existing relationships also with Iskandar, for example?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question, Pablo. I think the first thing and the first foremost that we could actually be doing together, the 7 cities, the 4 in EU and the 3 in Malaysia, is to really identify concrete pilot project actions that we would like to implement and execute jointly in the following 2 years. And also, I think that with the experts from both sides, we can really harness and strengthen the quadruple helix, especially in Malaysia, whereby, you know, we can actually learn by actually doing the pilots together. I think circular economy has a lot of potential in Malaysia, but in order to actually empower the people on the ground from a bottom-up approach, we have to make it easy for them to adopt, easy for them to understand that habits and behavior change needs to be inculcated from the ground up. And with the support of our leaders, especially the mayors of the cities, and, you know, certain solutions that was kindly shared by both Mr. Carlos Mendez and Dato Ismail, I believe we can do it together. It will be a lot of hard work, no doubt, but I think that pilot projects is the way to go, and I'm really excited to design them from scratch with the EU cities as well as the Malaysian cities. I also look very much forward to our coaching on a monthly basis so that we can brainstorm and inspire each other and then test what would be the best practices that EU can share with Malaysia and how we can actually improve ourselves, not only incrementally, but actually make a quantum leap for the benefit of the citizens and the nation. Thank you so much for the question, Pablo.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. I am afraid that we will have to end now with questions. There is one question here which I want to take up because there have been quite some questions here. It says it's basically, although urban area have more recycling infrastructure, the uptake of recycling is still considered low among urbanists. So the idea of door-to-door collection sounds attractive on the amount of recycle collected. However, that would require high manpower. What do you think would increase the awareness of, or rather willingness of people to recycle? So this may be a question to both our colleague from Maya and then also to Ibrahim. Carlos, please.
Thank you, Pablo. Let me try to read it again. Well, it's true that urban areas put us bigger problems than rural areas. The solution we have implemented since the 90s and concerning buildings is to impose the construction of an area, a restricted area inside the building dedicated to the waste produced in the building, produced with the inhabitants of that building. So when I said in my presentation that we have something like 35,000 collection points, this means that in each building I have a collection point, and in each collection point of a building we have 20, 50, 60, 100, 200 producers. So this is this was a big strategy, and by the moment we manage the waste from each building inside the building. That's why we also conclude that this improve street cleaning. This is make it easier the implementation of recycling programs for each building. It's easier to contact the residents, and I think if it is possible in a place where it is buildings are being created, provide this kind of let's say management solution.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Interesting. Yeah, decentralized management solutions in buildings, inside the buildings. So maybe, Dato Ibrahim, final words before I have to close the floor.
I just want to say that mentioned just now about circular economy. I think Iskandar Malaysia is in the right position for us to really apply this concept of circular economy in dealing with the climate change as well as low carbon. because we are blessed by the fact that we are a growing economic region, and definitely a lot of effort needs to be introduced, not only to bring about awareness among the stakeholders, but also for them to embrace this concept. I think the success of any effort that we put across is not really from the authorities. It is really with the people, really with the business community. And as you rightly mentioned, quoting from you, Pablo, it is the sharing of this effort that can clearly would bring about to a meaningful success at the end of the day. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. I would love to give the floor to the colleagues from Seberang, but I know you're watching there. Thank you for being there, for delivering this very interesting speech from your mayor, and also thank you very much for all the attendance. I think we have still over 60, 70 participants in the Zoom room. So thank you very, very much to all of you. And I hand back here to the colleagues from the overall organization. And bless you. I hope to see you soon in Malaysia. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Pablo, for moderating our final panel session. With that, we have come to the end of our virtual conference. Now, before we conclude the session, may I request once again for the participants, the remaining ones, to answer the survey questions to be provided. I would like to also remind everyone that the recorded version of this conference will be available on WWF Malaysia's YouTube channel. To all our speakers and moderators, thank you for all the lively and thought-provoking discussions. To all our participants, it was a pleasure to have you with us. For your information, today's event is a lead-up to the launch of the Net Zero Report as presented by Mr. Dave Sivaprasad earlier. This launch will be held in Glasgow in conjunction with the Climate Conference on November 12th. For more details, head on to WWF Malaysia's website. Our heartfelt thanks to WWF Malaysia and the EU Delegation to Malaysia for hosting this conference, and to Jeffrey Sachs Center for their contributions and support. That is all for today, folks. Have a nice weekend and goodbye.